Hello, everybody. We are back. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Hey, look, it's the White House. It's the White House press briefing, which is coming up. Can we hear anything? I think they have the camera muted. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Sorry, it has been several days. I was at a college reunion this weekend, so I was not available to do news coverage, as I had mentioned earlier, but we're back now. So we're going to be bringing you the latest updates on the war in Iran and the White House Correspondents Dinner attack, and I assume that both of those things will be talked about in the White House press briefing, which is coming up shortly. And I appreciate everybody's patience while I was away. I'm sorry I could not get on the air and cover the news this weekend, but sometimes that happens. And I appreciate our moderators being here. We have Janet B. and Roberts May Queen are here right now. And they're over on YouTube. Thank you. Also, we have on Twitch, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us over on X. Oops. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. K. Larry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes over on Facebook. Thanks, Juliana Martin and Joanne Gradwall, for subscribing over there. And let me just see. I might have another camera angle of the... I don't see it yet. Hold on. I'm getting the other camera. The other camera from the briefing. I'm getting the other camera from the briefing. Wait, one moment, please. Just one moment, please. Hold on. I have a second camera. Camera number 2. Let me just make sure of something. No, you were hearing 2 of me. I think the mute it's muted on the other one too. Hold on. Where is it here? Where is it? Okay, so if I do this, there's that one. There we go. There we go. White House. Still not hearing anything. But again, I think it's muted. Let me just double check something. If I do this, you'll be able to hear me, right? Hold on. Still not hearing anything. Yeah. So it's not. They're just muted on the feeds are muted. It's not that all the sound on my end is muted. I like hearing it. Too bad the feeds are muted. Thank you so much, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says, Gen Z people still trying to get Trump. Why are they so violent? Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. I appreciate that. Also, Mary Magdalene, thanks for being a member. And Stephen Longstaff, thanks for being a member. I'm not coughing as much. I'm still coughing a bit, so I apologize in advance for my coughing. Things are slowly improving. Now that the reunion is out of the way, I think I can actually get back to a normal schedule. There's supposed to be also, I don't even know if I don't think I'm going to have video of it. Oh, it's going to be federal court, so we're not going to have video of it. The suspect in this attack, in the White House Correspondents Dinner attack, is expected to appear in court. But I believe there'll be no camera in the court. I also have a video of, I believe, the suspect's house, which I don't think is going to be that particularly exciting. Home of suspect. But maybe we'll show you that later. Oh, hold on a second. There may be a news conference coming up about the attack today, apparently. Well, we'll bring you that. If that happens, we'll bring you that. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. I just haven't heard a firm announcement about that. Give me 1 second here. Things are all messing up now. Hang on. One of my browsers is having a little issue, so I'm trying to fix that. So I can, can I browse again? Are we back? What's happening here? Why is this all messed up? Well, there we go. Wow. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I think we're back with the browser. Let's see. Am I back here? All right. Now, let's try this again. We got this here. Now I got to open a bunch of stuff because it closed on me. All right, hold on a moment here. We'll open that up there. We're going to put this over here. Oh, I got volume. We got volume. There you go. We got volume. Okay, hang on. Thanks to Air Bayer, our member, and Dodger Blue to you, our member. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, maybe Walker is not working. Is Walker there?
Whoa.
Sure. Hold on. All good? Good? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Okay.
I take no credit. Thank you.
Sure.
My name's
All good?
I was watching this interview by Ed, and I kept looking.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to the briefing. 2-minute warning. We just got the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Real quick, let me just make sure as a backup I have the other feed.
Right about that at some point.
No, we talked about it. We get congrats for each other's birthdays and promotions.
Sound is bad? I don't think the sound is bad. I'm not hearing it bad. Again, we're bringing you live coverage here. White House press briefing. I'm sure she'll talk about both the Iran war and the White House Correspondents Dinner attempted attack on Monday.
Thank you, Prince.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat, why didn't you cover this on Saturday night? Again, I mentioned this on the air last week, and I posted it on our social media, that I was at a college reunion this weekend, so I'm sorry I couldn't be on the air this weekend. But if you want, you can follow at Agenda Free TV on X, because I posted it there. I post updates about the channel there. So again, wasn't able to be on the air. College reunion this weekend, but back now. Sorry for missing news. That's Aisha Hasni, if I'm pronouncing her name right, of Fox News speaking. Because she's also she's doing a live hit on Fox News. Thanks to Kiaria, our member on YouTube. Thanks, Daddy Dino, for subscribing on Twitch. Ghost Orb for subscribing. Hello, Howdy for subscribing. Maybe we'll get some updates on the attack on Saturday. We'll be talking about that after the briefing, too. And maybe we'll get some updates on the war in Iran. NSC Collective says, do you think they will announce what decision they will make on the Iran proposal here? I mean, there's a reported Iran proposal. I can't confirm that report, but also we can talk about that later. But also, my guess is that she will not make big policy announcements from the briefing room. That would be my assumption. Maybe President Trump will have something to say later today.
I think that will be one of the first questions here, because as you heard the president on Saturday, he wants to have this event within the next 30 days, and the big question is, where can we possibly do that? Do we go back to the Hilton? And if so, what would the security look like? Is the president going to...
She's saying if they have the event again, will they have it at the same location? Oh, here she is. Hold on. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Later today, President Trump and the First Lady will welcome King Charles and Queen Camilla for a state visit here at the White House. First Lady Melania Trump has led all of the preparation for the state visit, which will honor the long-standing and special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. As I told many of you on Friday afternoon, I thought that would be my last time taking your questions until after my maternity leave. But given the attempted assassination of the president and, quote, top Trump administration officials, as the depraved shooter noted in his manifesto at the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday evening, I felt it was prudent to be here today to answer your questions and inform the American people about how the administration is responding to yet another attempt on President Trump's life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump in 2 years. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. First and foremost, the president, the first lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe. The president would especially like to express his gratitude to the men and women of the United States Secret Service who acted with the utmost professionalism, courage, and sense of duty. This includes the heroic agent who took a bullet to the chest. Thankfully, he was saved by his bulletproof vest. Minutes after returning here to the White House to the Oval Office, despite fighting Secret Service to try to stay and keep the dinner going on Saturday, ahead of addressing you here in the briefing room, President Trump was intent on speaking to this brave agent to ensure he was okay, and the agent assured the president that he was. As you know, I was seated next to President Trump and the First Lady when the shots were fired before Secret Service swiftly moved us to safety backstage. The president's calm in the face of chaos, while yet another individual was trying to take his life, was really remarkable to witness, and it's something I will never forget. President Trump is fearless because he loves this country, and he is willing to put his own life on the line to deliver on the promises that he made to the American public who elected him here into the highest office in the land. And while we are blessed to have a fearless president, we should not live in a country where such constant fear of political violence permeates our society every single day. We can and we should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often, myself in this role and all of you in the news media, but those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets. Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump. This political violence stems from a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly, falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer, if you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop. And one more point. Saturday night served as yet another reminder of how important it is to fund the Department of Homeland Security. It is shameful that the United States Congress has kept this vital agency defunded for 73 days, the longest shutdown of a federal agency in U.S. history. The Secret Service is a vital component of DHS. It has been directly impacted by this reckless political gamesmanship. Everyone in this room who was there on Saturday night witnessed the heroes of Secret Service and federal law enforcement jump into action in the face of grave danger and uncertainty. Agents put their own lives in harm's way to protect the president, the First Lady, the Vice President, and members of the cabinet. One agent can be seen in video footage literally jumping onto the stage, not knowing where the attacker was or where the bullets were coming from at that point, to place his body in front of the President of the United States. These men and women are heroes. They perform their duties daily, and they have children and families too. And they do it despite the political turmoil surrounding their agency. Make no mistake, this defunding of DHS should be a national scandal. If Republicans defunded DHS and we saw another attempted assassination on a Democrat president, I would hope that the media coverage would be relentless and unforgiving, and I hope that it continues to be now. With the World Cup, America 250, the 2028 Olympics, and a presidential election all ahead, the Democrats' obstruction is placing an enormous and totally pointless burden on the Secret Service that can get more people killed. Enough is enough. There should be no further debate about this. Democrats need to do what President Trump has been calling on them to do for 73 days in a row and fund the Department of Homeland Security, period. This is a national emergency, and every member of Congress needs to put their country over party and get the Department of Homeland Security funded. With that, I will take a few of your questions today. Daniel, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. The president, Saturday after the assassination attempt, came here. He emphasized that law enforcement did their job, keeping everyone safe at the dinner. House Speaker Mike Johnson came out and said he believes the president needs greater protection. What is the White House's message to the millions of Americans who wake up here today nervous, uneasy about the safety of the president at events like this and the safety of other cabinet members?
Well, we certainly understand their fears and their worries. As you heard from the president himself, he continues to have trust in the United States Secret Service. As I just said, these are great men and women who are doing their jobs and performing their duties honorably. As we all witnessed on Saturday evening, within minutes, the president, the first lady, the vice president, members of the president's cabinet were ushered out of the room. The perpetrator who sought to inflict massive harm, as we all now know with the release of the manifesto on administration officials and the president himself, was stopped at the security perimeter that was set up. He tried to charge through it, as you saw on video, and he was quickly neutralized by Secret Service, and thank God that he was. With that said, obviously the White House is always asking the tough questions and ensuring the safety of the president. I understand there will be a meeting early this week convened by the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles with top DHS leadership, members of the United States Secret Service, and our own operations team here to ensure the safety and the security of the president, as we do have many of these major events moving forward. So we're always monitoring operations and procedures, always asking the tough questions to ensure the president is safe, and the American people should be assured there's no higher priority for the president and his staff than the president's safety.
Caroline, Friday you said that you thought that gaggle out of the sticks would be your last one for your baby. Back in 2024, when the president had the attempt on his life in Butler, you cut your maternity leave short back then. You're obviously back here today after Saturday. Can you just elaborate a little bit why you felt it was important to be here to bring to the media and talk to the American people from the stand?
Sure. It's sort of crazy timing when you put it that way for both children with 2 assassination attempts against the president. I'm honored to work in this job. I view this job as the president's spokesperson and the White House spokeswoman as public service. It's not just any job. I'm honored to do it, and I'm honored to work and speak on behalf of President Trump, who has faced unprecedented adversity and challenges, and I'm honored to work for him. And again, as I witnessed on Saturday night, just his dogged resolve and determination to get back onto the stage, and he was pushing Secret Service and law enforcement to allow him to address. And that really, I think, hopefully gives the country the type of strength that we need. And I certainly know, as his spokeswoman, and I can speak on behalf of all of the staff here at the White House, the president inspires all of us to just keep going and keep fighting every day. Thanks, Daniel. And congrats to you on your new baby. He's beautiful. Aisha.
Just from the rhetoric, you mentioned the First Lady and Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's comments were, Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. And he said this days before the shooting, but there does seem to be a normalization of rhetoric about assassinating this particular president. How can this administration try to put an end to this?
Well, I think
hold on.
that, in his words, we need to recommit ourselves as a country to toning down the rhetoric and to unifying around what makes our country great. That's true of everyone who works in this White House, but as I said, it's also true of everyone who has a voice and a platform across this country, whether you're on television, a podcast host, people listen. And when you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric about the president day after day after day, it inspires them to do crazy things. And unfortunately, it's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling for war against the President of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years, you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
This is disinformation and misinformation online. There will be bite-sized clips that will go viral to the point where there are Americans in this country that believe that what happened Saturday night was staged. How does this White House tackle that with social media companies out there, whether it's X, Facebook, Instagram? How do they work with these companies to make sure that doesn't get out of control?
It's certainly a good question, Aisha. I don't have tangible answers for you on what we're doing with social media companies, if anything at all. What I will say is it's very important to us that we get the truth and the facts about this case and any case out there as quickly as possible to dispel some of that crazy nonsense that you do see running rampant online. And I think the Department of Justice and the FBI thus far have done a good job of disseminating the truth and the facts about this alleged attempted assassin, the perpetrator in this case, and I understand he'll be arraigned in court very soon. You all see that, and the Department of Justice will be giving a briefing and an update later today. So as far as we're concerned, just providing maximum transparency and hopefully people will believe the truth rather than the lies and the conspiracies that so often do go crazy on social media. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the administration view this as a security failure, or did the protocols work as they were designed?
The president has said he believes that the protocols worked. Again, you had a perpetrator who tried to breach the security parameter that was set up by Secret Service, and he was running as fast as he could and was immediately neutralized moments later. And again, having been right up there on the stage with the president and the First Lady, I can tell you it was seconds before we were told to get down, and it was seconds before we found ourselves in the hold room backstage. It all happened literally within a matter of seconds. The president, the vice president, and the First Lady being pulled to safety. That is not done if there's a lapse. So Secret Service did their jobs well. They communicated with one another to remove the president and the vice president to safety as quickly as they could, and obviously to neutralize the shooter as well. And thank God they did, because if that man was allowed into that ballroom, it would have been a much different scene.
And just one more follow-up on just how the White House could be rethinking security protocols going forward. I mean, we all remember after the attempted assassination in Butler, there were indoor rallies that were held after that. Is that out of the question, changing any additional security protocols when it comes to how the president does these events that are outside of the White House?
I definitely wouldn't say changes are out of the question. I think, again, that it's up to the White House here, and we view it as a great responsibility to ensure the maximum safety of the president and the vice president and the entire cabinet. And so we're always looking for ways to improve security. I think if you just sit here and say everything is perfect all the time, that's not a good way to operate. And so the White House will continue to engage with DHS and with Secret Service to find ways to improve and strengthen security. But as far as Saturday night is concerned, the president was satisfied with the response, and he's very grateful to the men and women who provided the response for him and his wife and members of his team.
Deanna. Thanks, Caroline. The president has talked about rescheduling the dinner within 30 days. Does he have a specific venue in mind, and would he consider hosting it at the White House?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a room big enough here at the White House, which is another point to be made, and the president is absolutely right. It's why the White House Ballroom project is not just a fun project for President Trump, like you will read in the media. It is actually critical for our national security that a larger, secure building on this complex, which is the most secure complex in the world, is built to accommodate not only large amounts of guests, but also the president, the vice president, members of the cabinet. The line of succession in this country should be able to gather freely and safety without the fear of threats or political violence. And the White House Ballroom will provide that. And so it's critical that we get this project done as quickly as possible.
Iran as well.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if that's all right. First, on the security situation on Saturday, kind of a follow-up here. Previous administrations have sent both the president and the vice president to the dinner, but after the foiled attack on Saturday, if the dinner is rescheduled, would President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance both plan on attending? And is it wise to have both of them in the same spot, given the presidential line of succession that you mentioned a second ago?
It's definitely a good question, and I know that it's one that will be raised. I can assure you the president intends to attend the event, as he has told all of you publicly. I don't want to rule in or out the vice president's attendance, but certainly that's a conversation that will take place.
Iran has proposed a mutual reopening of the Strait, leaving the nuclear discussion for later in the process. Given that the nuclear program has been a red line for this administration, would the president agree to that kind of phased negotiation?
Well, only because it's been reported. I will confirm the president has met with his national security team this morning. The meeting may be ongoing, maybe not. I don't want to speak affirmatively because I was prepping to come out here, but the proposal was being discussed. I don't want to get ahead of the president or his national security team. What I will reiterate is that the president's red lines with respect to Iran have been made very, very clear, not just to the American public, but also to them as well.
So they're considering it.
I wouldn't say they're considering it. I would just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the president, I'm sure, on this topic very soon.
I'm going to ask you about the Fed chairman, but first, 3 assassination attempts in 3 years. Is this going to change the type of events that the president goes to?
Well, again, that's going to be part of the conversations moving forward. But as you heard from President Trump, he does not want these deranged lunatics and these grave acts of political violence to change our American way of life. And I think it's a very brave thing for him to say. It'd be very easy for him to just hunker down here at the White House where he knows he's safe. But the president wants to be out across the country. He wants to go across the country to meet with Americans. He wants to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation's anniversary this summer. As you know, we're gearing up for a big UFC fight here on the South Lawn. So there's many exciting events I know the president wants to be part of and will be part of moving forward. He's undeterred in that way, and it's something that inspires all of us here to keep going.
Senator Tillis is now dropping his objection to allowing Kevin Warsh to be confirmed because the DOJ has closed their investigation. Is the president satisfied that an Inspector General report into the Federal Reserve is enough to look into these renovations?
The president understands that the Inspector General has greater tools at their disposal, perhaps even more powerful than a grand jury, to continue investigating the financial mismanagement of the Fed building, which is a priority for the president. Look, he's a builder himself. When he sees something has a lot of cost overruns, is taking too long, and in this case ripping off the American taxpayer, he wants to get to the bottom of it. I understand Senator Tillis put out a statement saying he'll support Kevin Warsh's confirmation. That has been our position all along from day one. He is more than qualified for the job, and we look forward to working with the Senate on his swift confirmation process. Megan.
As a follow-up on Warsh, will the president be satisfied once the Fed's Inspector General finishes that investigation, even if it finds no evidence of wrongdoing?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I'll let the president speak on it when we see the results. It's obviously far too early to say.
And relatedly, as a follow-up, now that it looks like Warsh will be confirmed by the end of Jay Powell's term, is he still considering firing Jay Powell if he stays on as governor after that?
I haven't talked to him about it specifically, but I think the president will be satisfied once Kevin Warsh is confirmed as the Fed chair, which he should be. Karen.
On Iran, the president had said last week that the U.S. has started the process of clearing the Strait of Hormuz of mines. Do you have an update on how many have been removed and an estimate of how long that process could take?
I don't, but I would defer you to the Pentagon on that. We'll make sure they get you an answer, Karen.
It's an ongoing process, though. It's still actually happening right now.
Again, I would defer you to the Pentagon on anything with respect to clearing mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you very much. I know that you said that the White House is reviewing the security protocols for things that could be done differently in the future. Have you identified anything so far that you would like to see done differently, or ask the Secret Service to make any changes in the security protocols for the president, particularly at these large events that are taking place off the White House campus?
Not yet, no, but as I said, there will be a meeting here at the White House in the earlier half of this week, so those conversations will take place.
And on the line of succession.
And I would also just add, look, the Secret Service does not detail their procedures or operations to the public for obvious reasons, because you have crazy people who try to hijack them and get around them. So these conversations will take place in private, but if adjustments need to be made to protect the president, they will be made.
The White House discussed doing like it does, for instance, with a joint address to Congress for these large events, and designating someone as the designated survivor for future large events that the cabinet attends.
Well, those conversations ahead of the WHCD dinner did take place, but there were several members of the cabinet in the line of succession who did not attend for various personal reasons. So designating one survivor was not necessary, as we had several members who were not there already.
Caroline, all those people forced to dive under tables and fearing for their lives on Saturday night, including many of the people in this room, myself included. What is the president's message to those people who experienced that terrible trauma and maybe are still fearful today?
I think he would say, as he sort of did on Saturday night, coming in here in his tuxedo, we can't allow these crazy people to let us be afraid. We have to keep moving forward, showing up, doing our job, celebrating our country, and doing what we know is right. But certainly we'd like to see the rhetoric against this president and his supporters toned down, because it is inspiring these crazy people across the country to target not just the president, but those who work for him and those who support him. And it must end.
Is he following the arraignment of the suspect today?
Yes, he is, and I know you all want to follow that too. It's happening in a few minutes, so I'll let you all go. The Department of Justice is also going to be speaking momentarily following the arraignment, and I pray that this is the last time I speak to you for some time until after my maternity leave. So thank you, guys.
All right, that was the White House press briefing. Give me a moment here. So we'll talk about that. There's coming up a Department of Justice press conference at 3 Eastern time, which I need to put on the screen. Hold on. About the attack. So give me a moment here. Let me get the clock up for the Department of Justice press conference. First of all, on the headline, I'll put latest updates on Iran war and WHCD attack. Okay, and then I'm going to put up there on the clock 3 p.m. 3 p.m. We're going to have that live. And it's going to be DOJ press, excuse me, press conference on WHCD attack in, see if I did this right. Oh, I don't think I did do it right. I have to fix one more thing. Today is the 27th, update, okay. Hey, we have a clock. I need to make it a little bit bigger. Hold on one second. Let's just do one quick thing here. One quick thing. Give it a little more space. There we go. There we go. All right, so now what I have to do is, okay, 1 second here. I got to figure out what to have on the screen. I have a couple things I can have on the screen. This is marine traffic there. Hold on. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I need marine traffic for the moment. All right, hang on. We'll figure out what to put on the screen in a second. Let me just get the clock up. Okay. All right, so press conference coming up in a little bit. And oh, why is this happening? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I messed something up. We want to do this, remove, paste, this, remove, paste. Okay. Now I do have, I want to get comments from you guys on what we heard at the press briefing. I also want to, so I don't think it's particularly exciting. There's not going to be footage. The suspect from the White House Correspondents Dinner attack is going to appear in court, but there's not going to be live video of him in court. So I have basically just a shot of the courthouse, but there's nothing, you don't see anything going on there. So, I can put it on the screen, but... Oh, actually, hold on a second. What's this? I have something else here. Where's this? Arrival of Trump. Is that outside the courthouse there? I'm going to throw a video up on the screen for you. I need a moment here. Looks like the outside of the courthouse where the suspect's going to be arraigned. I guess. Yeah, I'm going to switch the video. Give me 1 second. We'll get this up there for you. We'll see what this looks like. Okay, now. There it is. So I need to do this. Okay, so this is, I believe this is outside the courthouse where the attack suspect's going to be appearing, I think. Because AFP says Trump gala or gala? Is it either? I feel like I've heard either. Gala, I think, is the top pronunciation for it. Okay, Gala. Trump Gala shooting suspect to be arraigned arrival. This is not where the press conference is going to be, I assume. I think the press conference is going to be inside. All right, well, supposedly this is where the arraignment is happening. Hang on. Let's see if I can make sure here. Yes, it is. This is the court outside of courthouse. This is the outside of courthouse. It is. I can confirm that. So this is live Washington, D.C., outside of courthouse, where WHCD attack suspect is being arraigned. Here we go. That's from AFP. Okay. Okay. Now, we're going to read some comments from you guys. We're going to bring you some updates here again in about an hour and 23 minutes. Oh, I got to check. I haven't even checked for other breaking news. Hour and 23 minutes. There will be a DOJ press conference with the latest on the White House Correspondents Dinner attack. I do want to say a couple quick thank yous. Thank you to Fiona Diamond for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Ronald Kame, for being a member. Thank you so much, Captain Jerry Donnelly, for your support. Thank you, Heliodoris04 and Least Trustworthy Weasel and Fou de la Lune and Rachel Frankenberry and Motivational Living and NSE Collective. And also thank you so much to Rupert Lionheart on Twitch and Yup and Yup. And I'm Talias. Hello, howdy, Daddy Dino. Thank you. Also, thanks to our moderators who are here. Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Beth Mythical on Facebook is moderating over there right now. Excuse me. And hang on, I had to reset some stuff here. Actually, hold on a second. Is this? That's right. Kay Lowry Body over there on Facebook moderating. Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, thank you. Okay, give me a moment. Give me just a moment. Up, she is fixing her microphone. Hey, she's fixing the microphone. I wonder if anybody will speak outside the arraignment. That might be interesting. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen. Okay. Now, and let me do one more thing before I take some comments here. I need to just make sure I'm not missing. Oh, President Trump just posted. Hold on a second. President Trump posted about Jimmy Kimmel. President Trump posted on Truth Social about Jimmy Kimmel. Let me show you that. Here is what President Trump said about Jimmy Kimmel, TV host. He said, oops, that's not what he said. Hold on, I'll show you this again. President Trump says, wow, Jimmy Kimmel, who is in no way funny, as attested to by his terrible television ratings, made a statement on his show that is really shocking. He showed a fake video of the First Lady Melania and our son Barron, like they were actually sitting in his studio listening to him speak, which they weren't and never would be. And then he then stated, oh, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. A day later, a lunatic tried entering the ballroom of the White House Correspondents Dinner loaded up with a shotgun, handgun, and many knives. He was there for a very obvious and sinister reason. I appreciate that so many people are incensed by Jimmy Kimmel's despicable call to violence and normally would not be responsive to anything he said, but this is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I haven't seen this clip yet. Now, I don't know. I mean, one of our viewers thought that when Jimmy Kimmel said this, maybe he was referring to something like President Trump, like just passing away, maybe because of his age or something, and not because of violence. I don't know. I have to watch it. I have not seen the clip. I first heard about it today. Anyways, President Trump claims it's a despicable call to violence. I'm going to show you what Melania Trump posted earlier. Hang on. Let me show you this. I think President Trump maybe has called for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired before, but I feel like maybe he has, but don't hold me to it because I'm not positive. I'd have to go in and check his previous posts about Jimmy Kimmel. Here is what the First Lady posted today about Jimmy Kimmel. Melania Trump said, Jimmy Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? So it sounds like she's saying Kimmel should not be on the air. And President Trump is now, today, is said that he should be fired by Disney and ABC. That was posted by President Trump about 15 minutes ago. You did hear in the press briefing, by the way, several times, Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt was saying that she believed that the attack arose out of left-wing Democrat criticism and verbal attacks on President Trump. And she said that these kind of negative remarks about President Trump, she said, inspire violence by people who are already mentally ill. Austin Batman think we went through all of this already last year. You mean when Jimmy Kimmel got taken off the air for several days, Austin? Damon Ward says, yes, he should be fired. Mad Colors says, First Amendment is the best amendment. Mercury Shadow says comedy is subjective. What I find funny, another person may not. Let me check something here. So we have that going on. We have that going on. So I think maybe I'm seeing some reports from inside the room. The court hearing for the suspect in the White House Correspondents Dinner attack is, I believe, happening or about to happening, but it's not. No, soon suspect in court, says Fox News. But there's no live video of that. There's no live video of the suspect. That's outside the courthouse right there. For example, like Scott MacFarlane, who is he is now with Midas Touch. He was with CBS News. He's in the courtroom and he says the arraignment is about to happen for, again, Cole Allen, the suspect in this attack. We should talk a little bit about this attack. We're going to be updating you on the Iran war too. Oh, also, if I remember right, I have to look it up here just to confirm, but there was some Iran made some sort of proposal to open up the strait if the U.S. ended the war, but the nuclear issue wouldn't be dealt with initially. Hold on a second here. Let me try to get you the actual report, details of that report, which sounded like something that the Trump administration might not be on board with. Hang on. I think Axios had reported it. Let's see. Did Barack Ravid report it? Let's see. Excuse me. I know I saw it. Yeah, yesterday Barack Ravid and Axios had reported that there was a new proposal from Iran. It's weird though. I'm looking at the... So according to Axios, the proposal would extend the ceasefire, or the parties would agree on a permanent end of the war, and then the nuclear negotiations would happen later. I mean, I don't know that the U.S. is going to be excited about lifting the blockade of Iran before the nuclear negotiations over the nuclear stuff are concluded. Hang on, let me check another report here. But you never know. You never know, actually. Maybe President Trump wants to get things opened up there. But I don't know that the here. Oh, I can show you this. I can show you this right here from AP. Look. Hold on. I'll show you. The latest AP. Iran wants Strait of Hormuz reopening tied to U.S. ending the war, officials say. Iran has offered to end its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for the U.S. lifting its blockade on the country and an end to the war. Two regional officials said Monday. Under the proposal, discussions on the larger question of Iran's nuclear program would come later. Guy from KC says there's absolutely no chance this is happening. I mean, wasn't the point of the war, or, well, This is debated. But one point that President Trump has given for the war is to ensure that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So given that the U.S. wants things like getting the enriched nuclear material out of Iran, getting Iran to commit to not enriching nuclear material in the future, also, those are two big ones, right? Would the U.S. end the blockade and end the war before obtaining those things? It seems kind of unrealistic. Now, Austin says Trump is looking for an off-ramp, especially before his meeting with President Xi in China in 3 weeks. Oh, I should mention the oil. One of the viewers mentioned the oil price. I'm seeing oil price right now. Brent crude is almost at 109. Wow. From what I'm seeing. Brent crude, which is that's the best known international benchmark. It is getting close to the highest it's been during the war. So initially, Brent crude had gone up to about, if the chart I'm looking at is correct, about 112 or 113 from about 70 when the war started. Then there was that time like a week and a half ago when President Trump had announced, I think on a Friday, that Iran had agreed to all this stuff and had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they were never going to close the Strait of Hormuz again. And the price went way down, and it got down to about 90 about a week and a half ago. Now it's back up to almost 109 from what I'm seeing. And that's getting close to the highest it's been during the war. I said last week that I was wondering if the higher oil price is going to make President Trump feel like he needs to do something to get it down, because it's getting up there again to the highs of the war. WTI crude, U.S. crude, is about 96, 97. It had gotten way up at one point to like 113. Once at one point. For several days it was above 100, so it's not above 100 right now. But again, it's climbing as well. Nick Hyphen thinks Trump doesn't care about oil prices, just the stock market. By the way, speaking of which, to let you know, I'm seeing that stocks today, the Dow is down a little bit. S&P, they're basically even. Dow is down a little bit. S&P up a little bit. NASDAQ up a little bit. Stocks are basically even on the day. But yeah, Brent crude is certainly been going up the last several days. You can see, so AP says Iran has offered to end its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for the U.S. lifting its blockade of the country and an end to the war. Under this proposal, discussions on the larger question of Iran's nuclear program would come later. President Trump seems unlikely to end the offer, President Trump seems unlikely to accept the offer, says AP. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said Trump's national security team met today and was discussing Iran's proposal on reopening the key waterway, but she offered no detail on what came of the discussion and how the proposal was being received. She instead said that Trump would address it later. Yeah, so I do wonder, what's going to happen here? Is President Trump going to say, well, we got to put more pressure on Iran? Could the U.S. and Israel start attacking Iran again? One of our viewers said Israel would not allow, the cat with the gat says Israel would not allow the U.S. to agree to this. NTOOG says Trump has no choice. 30% approval rating. Words worse than Jimmy. Okay, hold on. Hey, quick thanks to NSE Collective. And I mean, Carolyn Levitt said that you'd be hearing from Trump at some point soon on the Iran stuff. I don't know if we'll be hearing from him in person today. We might be. He might make some sort of appearance and answer questions or something. Thank you, Kenneth Smith. Which clip are you talking about, Kenneth? No, I cannot. No, I cannot show the Kimmel clip. I don't have the rights to the Kimmel clip. I'm sorry. I can't show that. I don't have the rights to it. Thank you, Kenneth Smith. Gary Baines, thanks for the memberships. Gary, it's very nice of you. Tony lives here, thank you. Pixel673, thank you. Ramen in my tum-tum, thank you. Endless, thank you. App L, thank you. All right. Brian Beelman, thanks for your support, Brian. Patricia Grace, thanks so much, Patricia Grace, for your support. I really appreciate that. Ronald Came and App L, thank you. All right, give me a moment. That is outside the courthouse where the White House Correspondents Dinner attack suspect is going to be appearing, or possibly is appearing, but that's not live. We don't have live view of that inside the courthouse. But the hearing is underway. Kyle Cheney of Politico reports that Cole Allen, the suspect in the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack, has entered the courtroom wearing a blue jumpsuit. So that hearing is underway. He is in court. I will let you know what we hear about that. And again, in about an hour, we're going to hear from the Department of Justice press conference. So we have a bunch going on. Might we hear something from Disney or ABC about Jimmy Kimmel after President Trump and Melania Trump both called for him to be fired? Trump explicitly, I would say Melania implicitly. Fred Withrow says, did they reschedule the Correspondents' Dinner? Not yet. There's no firm rescheduling yet. President Trump has said he wants to. Still getting a few questions why we were not on the air Saturday night. So I would like to remind people, please, for updates about the channel, follow Agenda Free TV on X. So you can see, if you go to X, Agenda Free TV, you can see Saturday it says, apologies, everyone. As I mentioned on air earlier this week, I am at a college reunion event tonight, so I am unable to bring you live news coverage. Thank you for your understanding. So I'll put the link in the chat, but I would suggest, if you're on X, following at Agenda Free TV for updates about the channel. But I had mentioned that last week a couple times, that I was going to unfortunately be unavailable to do coverage during the weekend. Scott McFarlane update from Scott McFarlane with Midas Touch, reporter. He says Cole Allen has been charged with attempting to assassinate the President of the United States and transportation of firearm in interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony. So again, according to Scott McFarlane, who is there, inside this courthouse, the suspect in the White House Correspondents Dinner attack has been charged with attempting to assassinate the President of the United States and transportation of a firearm in interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony. And I don't know that the DOJ has a press release on that yet. I'm not seeing it yet. Yes, so, one of our viewers, Sober Pal Grunt, says lawyers will come out and speak. It is possible that after this hearing, we will be seeing people speaking at the microphones that you see in front of you. So we might have, before the press conference, some people speaking. Paula Reed says that, for CNN, says that this charge, intent to assassinate the president, carries a sentence of up to life in prison. So we're keeping our eye on this, and also we'll have the briefing from the Department of Justice for you. What's this? Hold on a second here. Department of Justice is briefing coming up in less than an hour. Marcus G says left lawyers will say he's innocent. I don't know his legal representation, what their personal political beliefs are. I would certainly not be surprised if they said he's innocent or something. Well, I don't know, because, there's probably obviously there's going to be very good evidence that he did something, video and that kind of thing. But who knows? Maybe they'll have some kind of, I don't know what they'll say. But in court, maybe is there some kind of legal maneuver they can use to try to get, charges lessened or whatever? This is a legal question. I don't know anything about this. Yeah, so actually I would be sort of surprised. Well, I would be surprised if they said like he wasn't at the hotel. I don't think they're going to say that. But who knows? Maybe they're supposed to represent him. So they're going to be saying what they think are in his best interests. I don't know if they could claim something like some sort of mental illness and whether that would matter legally. This is, again, not my field. Thank you, by the way. Hey, Brian Beelman, that's really nice of you, Brian. Thank you also. P.A. Jeeper, thank you. So we're waiting to see if we have people speaking after this court hearing. Do I have volume here? We do. Okay, we do have volume. We do have volume if need be. Also, Scott McFarlane reports that his detention hearing will be Thursday at 11 a.m. And his defense attorney pointed out that he has no criminal convictions in the past. So I'm assuming that the detention hearing would be to determine whether he's kept in custody before the trial, right? Maybe. And what bail might be? Hold on a second here. And during trial, I guess. Yes, so I believe this detention hearing is going to determine, while he's awaiting trial and I assume during the trial, whether he can be released or not. I mean, I don't know that there. TE88 says no bail. I don't know if it's a plea hearing. Did he plead today? Excuse me. Did he plead today? I don't know. Again, he has been charged today with well, in the hearing it was announced he was charged with attempting to assassinate the president, and also a weapons charge. Sironin, our viewer, says bail for attempted assassination won't happen. Oh, well, B. Earhart says house monitor. Is that an option? Yeah, so again, Thursday is the detention. He's in custody now. And on Thursday, he'll have his detention hearing. Terry Murphy thinks he would be a huge flight risk. One of our viewers said it's the arraignment so he can plead guilty or not guilty. This I need to look up. According to the DOJ, at an arraignment, either the same day or the day after a defendant is arrested and charged, they are, I guess maybe business day, they are brought before a magistrate judge on an initial hearing on the case. At that time, the defendant learns more about his rights and the charges against him. Arrangements are made for him to have an attorney. And the judge decides if the defendant will be held in prison or released until the trial, although that's not happening today. Another hearing for that. In many cases, all right, this is all about being held in prison or not. The defendant will also be asked to plead guilty or not guilty to the charges. So I assume that's happening today there. We haven't heard about it yet. But the stuff about whether to be holding him in prison or released until the trial, that's going to happen on Thursday. In many cases, the law allows the defendant to be released from prison before a trial if they meet the requirements for bail. Before the judge makes the decision on whether to grant bail, they must hold a hearing Thursday to learn facts about the defendant, including how long the defendant has lived in the area, if they have family nearby, prior criminal record, and if they have threatened any witnesses in the case. The judge also considers the defendant's potential danger to the community. If the defendant cannot post the bail, pay the money, the judge may order the defendant to be remanded into custody of the U.S. Marshals pending trial, but we'll have to see. Yes, Tater and Salad says, and risk to others. All right, now we're waiting for, maybe I'll put my headphones on so we can get a little volume from this shot here. Are we going to get some people speaking after this hearing? After his initial court hearing? Let's see. We have the live cam on. We're seeing some activity out there. We're seeing somebody check the microphones. Wow, look at this. We are waiting for possible comments after his hearing. Captain Jerry Donnelly, thank you. Captain Jerry Donnelly, from what I saw reported, he's been charged with attempting to assassinate the president. But I don't know if that's a separate crime or if it's... Here, look. Suspect charged with attempting to assassinate Trump. Attempting to assassinate the president, I guess, is the charge, says Reuters. He has not yet responded to the allegations. Well, maybe in the last couple minutes he did. Give me a moment here. I am not aware that he has pleaded yet in court. Oh, hearing is over. No plea is entered today. Hey, Scott McFarlane, legal reporter who I follow, he was at the hearing. No plea is entered today. So no plea today. So the hearing is over. Cole Allen is still in custody, and we may soon hear from some people who were in the hearing. No plea today. Captain Jerry Donnelly says there's a GoFundMe page for him. Really? I'm not aware of this. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know. I hadn't heard about that myself, so I can't confirm that yet. I cannot confirm it yet. I looked up Cole Allen and I didn't see one on GoFundMe for whatever it's worth. I just searched it on GoFundMe. I don't see it there. Is it on another platform? Katie says it will be taken down, Katie Kubiak. I don't know if there is one there. I mean, GoFundMe, I know sometimes they can take platforms, they can take things down. Maybe, I don't know if there is one. Maybe it's on a different fundraising platform. I don't know. It's the first I'd heard about it, is when Captain Jerry Donnelly claimed it. So I don't know if that's true. By the way, thanks to Darlene Carrick for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Darlene Carrick. Again, we are waiting for this hearing with the attack suspect from the White House Correspondents Dinner has ended, and we're outside the courthouse here live, and we're waiting to see if someone speaks. I actually have two angles of this. Let me just do this. That's not the one I wanted. Hold on a second here. We don't want that. Why is it that this is not the same as that? Here, hold on one second here. I need 1 sec. Okay. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Are we going to see people come out of the courthouse? AP says that the man who authorities say tried to storm the White House Correspondents Association dinner with guns and knives has been charged with the attempted assassination of President Trump. He appeared in court Monday to face charges in a chaotic encounter that resulted in shots being fired. Trump rushed off the stage and guests ducking for cover underneath the tables. Cole Tomas Allen was taken into custody after the shooting on Saturday night and is being charged in federal court in Washington. Authorities say an officer wearing a bullet-resistant vest was shot in the vest but is expected to recover. Cole Tomas Allen of Torrance, California, is being represented by lawyers with the Federal Defender's Office and sat beside them in court in a blue jail uniform. He also was charged with transport of a firearm and ammunition in interstate commerce and with discharging a firearm during a crime of violence.
The piece of shit Netanyahu and the piece of shit Trump bombing the shit out of Iran to keep them from getting something to do.
Okay, that just happened. Hang on a moment. That happened. Hang on, I'm talking to I'm trying to get another angle of this just to have it, and I have to hold on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sorry. Oops, hold on. I'm talking to Reuters about their video. All right, sorry, I was just dealing with a video issue. Let's see. Hey, thanks to Sandra S. Sandra S., thank you so much for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Jermaine Morgan, thanks for being a member. 40 minutes until the DOJ press conference on the White House Correspondents Dinner shooting, but we may, before that, get video, post-hearing video from the shooting suspect's hearing, which has just happened. By the way, quickly, Associated Press says prosecutors have not yet revealed the motive, but in a message reviewed by the Associated Press that authorities say was sent by Allen to family members minutes before the attack, Allen referred to himself as a friendly federal assassin, made repeated references to President Trump without naming him, and alluded to grievances over a range of Trump administration actions. Investigators are treating the writings along with a trail of social media posts and interviews with family members as some of the clearest evidence of the suspect's mindset and possible motives. Allen, 31 years old, is believed to have traveled by train from California to Chicago and then on to Washington, where he checked himself in as a guest at the hotel where the dinner was being held with its typically tight security, said Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. And I will show you the video that Trump posted of him. Records show that Allen is a highly educated tutor and amateur video game developer. A social media profile for a man with the same name and a photo that appears to match that of the suspect show he worked part-time for the last 6 years at a company that offers admissions counseling and test prep services to aspiring college students. Yu Mi Bong says he made a terrible stream game in 2018. I have not seen reports of that. J. David Agudelo says, "How can any random person how any random person can get to those events?" Now, he did not get inside the ballroom. He was stopped at one of the security areas outside the ballroom. But he did check into the hotel, I think, the day before. Tribal Chief says he definitely did have a Steam game. I think I said stream. Steam game that didn't go anywhere. Scottish Bell thinks security was lax. There's a guy with a camera there. He's ready maybe to take pictures as somebody comes out of the courthouse. Camera's moving. By the way, something else that was interesting is that he apparently sent his manifesto to relatives right before the incident. Somebody see a rat? I guess I might have missed the rat. Hold on, let's see. Can I rewind and see the rat? Where's the rat? Did I go back far enough? Where is it? Did I go back far enough to see the rat? I just rewound like a minute. I think I'm missing it. I went back too far. If somebody gives me a time code, well, I'm not going to worry about it. You can rewind your broadcast. I was trying to find it for you, but it's not urgent. I don't... 36-4... If you tell me how much time was left on the clock, if you tell me how much time was left on the countdown clock, I can rewind it. That's what I would need, the time on the countdown clock. We're live now. Oh, I did actually play it? It stays close to the door. Maybe I can find 3704, someone said. I'm not seeing it. Hold on. Is it before the zoom in or after the zoom in? All right, hold on. I'll try to figure this out. That's live. Let me check here. Let me check. What did I do here? What did I do? Oh, there we go. Here we go. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, I saw it. I got it. It's time for a rat replay. Rat replay, guys. Here we go. You ready? Ready for rat replay? This is moments ago. Here it is. You're going to see it right now. Here is the rat replay. Watch it. Oh, there it goes. It's running across the sidewalk. And there it's, oh my gosh, it ran across again. Amazing. Okay, that was our rat replay. I think it might have been a rat. I don't know for sure. I was going to mention, so the Washington Post says, in a message sent to family members Saturday night, the suspect called himself a friendly federal assassin and criticized Trump administration officials before allegedly charging through a screening checkpoint at the Washington Hilton. He sent it to relatives, apparently. After receiving the letter, Allen's brother contacted police in New London, Connecticut, according to a White House official. It's interesting that he sent the manifesto out before he actually did it. I don't know if, the exact time he sent it out. And then I guess his brother called police. Jake says it was only about 10 minutes before. I have to apologize, too, because I was so busy this weekend with the college reunion, I haven't gone back and watched the press conferences and stuff. So I'm sorry if I'm missing details from those. But in about 32 minutes, we are going to get a press conference from the Department of Justice. I want to talk more about what happened at the attack. Hold on here. So we have not gotten any speakers yet. After the court hearing. Maybe no one will speak after the court hearing. But there is going to be a Department of Justice press conference. One moment here. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Give me a moment. Ah. In a second, I would like to show you the writing, what the suspect said. All right. Hey, by the way, let me just real quick. We got to keep an eye on this. While we're waiting to see if anybody speaks outside the courthouse of the court hearing, which has ended for the suspect in the White House Correspondents Dinner attack, and while we're waiting for the press conference from the Department of Justice, this is the video that President Trump had posted on his Truth Social account, the security video from the night of, which I know most of you have probably seen, but just to show you what happened here. Oops. If it'll play here. Why is it not playing? It doesn't seem to be playing. There we go. You see the guy run through? Now, I would think there might be video of the actual, I would think there may be more video cameras of that area that we have not seen, given how big an event it was and all the dignitaries there. I'm just rewinding it from when he runs. He gets that running start. Oh, they have to have body cams, whenever Sly Doggy thinks. I don't know. But he runs off screen, so we don't really get to see what happened there. John says no body cams from SS. I don't obviously see them wear body cams, but I don't know. But, again, I would not be surprised if there's other camera angles. How does he not get shot? IB2 suit. So, Yeah, I don't know that that's confirmed. I haven't heard about him getting shot, but I also heard a report that said he was tackled. So I don't know what, like, did he get tackled like right after he runs out of frame here? Does somebody tackle him? Because that would explain why he's not shot. If it's right, like literally right after he runs there, does somebody tackle him? Because they're obviously they're not going to start wanting to shoot him if he's tackled. But you don't see. I don't know that we know for sure. A Secret Service agent got shot in the chest, but had a bulletproof vest on that protected him. Michael Asiavati says he got through. He shouldn't got through. It's really striking to see, though, this. And then we also have, hang on, so that's that. I don't know if they're shooting in this video. One of our viewers thinks they're shooting in the video. I don't know if that's that. I don't know for sure that that's true. But hold on. Maybe we'll get more video in the press conference today in about 24 minutes. We might have new video today or photos of the incident. Here is that photo that President Trump posted of the suspect. Sober Pal Grunt says you can hear 5 shots in a video, not this one. Yeah, you appear to hear shots in this this AP, well, I think it was a C-SPAN clip originally. Fox News says King Charles has landed in the U.S. for state visit. Maybe this is where the DOJ press conference is going to be. I assume the DOJ press conference is going to be indoors. Oh yeah. So I don't think the DOJ press conference is going to be on the street here. As soon as I get you video from the DOJ, I will put it on the screen. We might get early video. But that photo is the photo of Cole Tomas Allen. I believe I had read a report that they had taken off his clothes to search for things under the clothing. Hang on. I'm going to get you a little more reporting on this. But we'll soon have the press conference. Oh, I see. I'm going to show you the copy of the manifesto that B&O News posted, which I believe matches the one that the New York Post posted. See, hold on a second here. Yes, hold on a second. It ends with hold on. Hold on a second here. Oh, I got to clarify something here. It seems like it's a little different. Sorry, I want to mention this, but I just want to be sure of what I'm showing you and talk about before I actually talk about it. Less than 20 minutes until the Department of Justice press conference. Now, where am I here? Here. Okay. Oh, I think it is there. Or is there? Hold on. Where? No. Actually, there's a whole thing. Where is... Okay. I see. So there's a whole... I'll post a link to it. The New York Post published the whole manifesto. BNO News, I think, posted the first part of it. So I'm going to post a link to the New York Post post in the chat. But just to show you some of it, and thanks to BNO News, here is... Here is, just to show you, this is the reported first part of the manifesto. Frofer says, New York Post is not a credible source. I disagree. I'm not saying everything they get everything right, but very often with crime stuff, they get stuff right and they get it ahead of others. So, and the details they have posted have matched other details I've seen about it. They actually posted what they said is the whole thing. But reported, again, this is from BNO News. And hold on a second. Let me check something else out here. Actually, the one on it's in. I'm seeing another article now too as well. So, Como posted one, which is the same one. So I'm seeing it multiple places. But you can see here, he says, hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for most wanted. Also, let me just put this up. Screenshot from at BNO News on X. Give them credit here. Do it this way. Okay, there we go. He says, I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for most wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all of the people I traveled next to, all of the workers who handled my luggage, and all of the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, to all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies on why I did any of this. Again, the reason I'm reading this is because, people are trying to figure out why he did it, what the motive was. So he says stuff about it in it. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me. And he says, I am no longer willing to permit, now this is what he says, a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing to a long time ago, he says. But this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. All right, hold on. I'll show you the next page here. Oopsie. Sorry, we gotta do it this way. And here is the other page. This is not all of it, but just some of it. Okay. He says, while I'm discussing this, I'll go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Now, this is obviously important. Administration officials, not including Kash Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. So that would certainly be evidence he was targeting President Trump, because he says he's targeting administration officials from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service, they are targets only if necessary, he said, and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor, because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible. And also, AKA, unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not targets at all. Guests, not targets at all. In order to minimize casualties, he said, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, he says, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. Sorry. I need to blow my nose in a second. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Still a little sick. I am. We have 11 minutes till the Department of Justice press conference. Let me read a couple of your comments. Also, I forgot to hydrate. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. It's all falling apart here. It's when I talk a lot. Cynthia Masters says, how is a school teacher so knowledgeable about firearms? I don't know that he was a school teacher. He was a tutor. But by the way, look what I have for you guys. Look what I have for you guys. One moment here. Look what I have for you guys coming up right now. Check it out. Everyone, you're going to see it on your screen in a second. It's incredible. Look what I have for you guys coming up right now. Oh my gosh, it's the Department of Justice. It's the Department of Justice. It's the press conference. Incredible.
Sorry, take your time, man. Take your time. I know we're getting close.
Look at this. We have the video. We have the video. I need a moment. Here.
Okay, audio test for CBS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4. You good? All right. Okay, guys. I'm disappearing and killing Mike now.
Oh, killing the mic. He is killing the mic. Coming up, DOJ press conference on WHCD attack. Uncredible, says Emily Liz. All right, we got it live for you. Hey, thanks so much to I Am Charlie. Thank you, I Am Charlie. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Captain Jerry Donnelly believes rats seen in the day are usually sick or rabid. Thanks also, Rory McLean. What is his schedule for the week? I don't know. The schedule for Trump comes out the night before, Rory. So if we're on the air and I get his schedule for tomorrow, I'll certainly let you know. Today, he's going to be greeting the King and Queen. Oh, we'll have live? Maybe we'll show him doing that. King and Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the White House, 4:15 p.m. So we'll bring you coverage of that. Our viewer mentioned this, by the way. PW360 said, King and Queen of England heading to Washington. PW360 says, I don't think anything happens with Iran while the King and Queen are visiting. That's what PW360 says. Our viewer. Give me one moment here. Let me take some more comments here. Chris N says the King Charles and Queen Camilla just got off the plane. I might even have some. I don't know if I have video of them. Let's see. Oh, I have video of them. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I have King and Queen video. We can show while we're waiting. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Put it right here. There they are. King Charles and Queen Camilla. They have arrived in D.C. Bonus coverage. Bonus coverage. They're going to visit the White House. They're going to visit the White House. Okay. They're in the car. They're now in the car. Yeah, as one of our viewers says, I guess this is one of our viewers said Queen Consort. So I see her described as the Queen, like on TV and in news and stuff like that. Wikipedia says a royal consort is the spouse of the reigning monarch. So Queen Camilla technically is the current Queen Consort as the wife of King Charles III, says Wikipedia. But Wikipedia also calls her Queen of the United Kingdom. Uber Lead Hack says Queen Light. All right, so anyways, let me real quick, I need about a minute. Give me 1 minute. Hold on, I'm coming right back. I have to get my headphones on so I can hear. Let's do this. All right, so we had our eyes on the King Charles and Queen Camilla visit feed, but we're going to get away from that for right now, as soon as I can get organized here. All right, now hold on. I'm going to go away from that. We don't need that anymore for the moment. Now, okay, this is the Department of Justice. We are waiting for the press conference right now. It is about, as one of our viewers said, it's about to start. I wonder if the other, no, it's the same feed. I really appreciate all of you guys being here for our coverage. And also I want to say thanks to our, hold on a second, our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. Thanks to all of them. Right now on Twitch, we have moderating Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn. Good luck, Duck. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3. Surly Dev are all there. Hey, thanks also Neko Jita for subscribing on Twitch. We have on Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson modding. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Beth Mythical, Janet B over there on YouTube. Huge thank you for moderating, all of our moderators. President Trump posted on True Social. Again, one of our viewers said about DHS funding, Austin Batman said. Maybe we'll read that later. I can show you right now. President Trump said the radical left Democrats have kept DHS shut down since February 14th. Our great speaker, Mike Johnson, is working hard to end the Democratic shutdown and pass the first step of a plan to get full funding for our incredible ICE and Border Patrol agents. We need all Republicans to join together and support this budget blueprint, which will allow us to bypass Democratic obstruction in the Senate and fund immigration enforcement with only Republican votes. The Senate passed this blueprint last week on Thursday morning, and now House Republicans must unify and pass the same blueprint to get the bill done. I've asked for the final bill on my desk by June 1st, and we can make the deadline if we keep to the plan, fast and focused. Let's take care of our great agents of law enforcement. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. We can maybe talk about that more later. Will we hear new information? I assume we might hear some new information in this press conference. Might they show new video or photos in this press conference? Oh, yes, as our viewers are pointing out, like Telomere, we do have, one of the viewers said photo stands. Is that a tripod, a photo stand, an easel, some sort? They are display tripods, whatever you want to call them, to put things on. So it looks like there will be visual aids during this press conference. They're going to be showing some stuff. Fluids thinks they will show the guns, etc. Maybe they will. Is it an easel? I'm not sure. Hold on. I got to get ready here because there's a couple different feeds of this, and I want to just, you never know if the different feeds are going to show different things. That looks weird. Let me just real quick just check the other feed. Because you can't, especially when you get to the visual aids. Sometimes it's a little strange with the other feeds. Okay, so if I do this, and then I do this, okay, so we got both feeds up. Let me just make sure that one's not really centered right for whatever reason. So we're ready. We're ready with both feeds. But let me go back to the other one now. There you go. Showcase the ballroom? Jay Brooks, do you think they will talk about the ballroom? I mean, the Attorney General Todd Blanche, didn't he post about the ballroom, the acting Attorney General, after the incident? Yeah, he said it's time to build the ballroom. So maybe they will, I don't know. Oh, the countdown clock we don't need anymore. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Obviously, we don't need that. I'm going to say any moment, DOJ press conference, guys. Any moment now. Again, I apologize that we were not able to be live for it. I was at a college reunion this weekend, so I could not get on the air. Strong One thinks the judge will not be swayed by recent events, no ballroom happening. Hold on. Seems like there were never any speakers outside the court hearing. Yeah, that feed is... Oh, they're bringing in breaking news. They're bringing in things. They're bringing in visuals. But they're covered up now. They are bringing in visuals. We have a visual of the visuals. Breaking news. There are visuals on the easels. Oh my gosh, look at this. What are they going to show? This is interesting. A lot of times you'll just see what's on. Are these things covered? Are they going to take off the covers? Are they going to project something on there? I don't know. I mean, normally a lot of these press conferences like DOJ stuff, if I remember right, they'll put the pictures up before the press conference. Oh, flip them over. That's right. Flip them over. I did not pass the intelligence test today because they could easily flip them over. You must be right. The big reveal. Normally they don't do that though. Daniel Corentano says that's different. I don't remember them flipping stuff over. Darb's mom says high tech. Susan CHF says we live in interesting times. Linda Lack says they're going to draw pics. Just kidding. What if they drew pictures? Bunny Mooism says budget spent on Iran. They've gone low tech. It does. I mean, we might get a lot more information today about what happened. Maybe they'll talk about the security setup more exactly and how all the security was set up for the event and all that stuff. You know, President Trump, when King Charles visits the White House later today, he might make some comments on other stuff. Will they put up the manifesto? Says Mr. QQQ Crash. I don't know. We'll have to see. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Rich M thinks it will be ballroom pictures. One moment, please. What happened here? So this was supposed to start at 3. It's running a little late. It's 3 graphs of the Dow Jones, says epic metalness. By the way, oil price right now, Brent crude is roughly 108. WTI US crude around 96.5. Just checking if I have other updates here for you. CC says ballroom blitz. We are waiting. We don't have room audio right now. We do not have room audio right now. P-Doob says, maybe a picture of the agent shot in a protective vest. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? He's turning it around. They're revealing. Oh my gosh. They are revealing we have a gun. We have a gun. We have guns. The person who said guns in the chat was right. Guns. Look it. Oh my gosh. We are seeing close-ups right now. Incredible. Incredible. It looks like that is probably his shotgun. Wow, you are seeing this live. It looks like that is the shotgun. Great work by the cameraman. Then we have a handgun, and I see two knives, I think. Who knows what else is there? Multiple knives. Multiple knives. Oh my gosh. We are seeing these pictures revealed. Wow. Todd Blanche and Kash Patel and Janine Pirro are all going to be at this press conference, guys. All of them. They are all going to be there. Look at this. Wow. We have the weapon pictures. Billion says AI pics. I don't think these are AI pics. Let me check something real quick here. Let me do something real quick. We got volume. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's starting. It is starting now. We're starting now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. On Saturday night, as you all know, an act of violence occurred at a gathering that symbolizes something fundamental to our system of government. The ability of a free press and public officials to come together in celebration and not fear. The act was stopped because of the courage and that act was stopped because of the courage and professionalism of law enforcement. The officers who responded without hesitation and did their jobs as they were trained to do. Secret Service agents promptly tackled and detained the suspect, Cole Tomas Allen. The president and all the protectees and participants at the dinner were safe. One brave officer was injured and is receiving care and has been released from the hospital. I want to make this clear. This man was a floor above the ballroom with hundreds of federal agents between him and the President of the United States. The Department of Justice approaches incidents like this with urgency and clarity of purpose. Violence has no place in civic life. It cannot and will not be used to disrupt democratic institutions or intimidate those who serve them, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States. We are investigating this matter fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain. But we also should recognize what did not happen. Law enforcement did not fail. They did exactly what they are trained to do. This was not an accident. It was the result, as we know now, of preparation, but the men and women who protected us that night were trained, professional, and had an enduring commitment to the rule of law. Today, the Department of Justice filed 3 federal charges in United States District Court against Cole Tomas Allen. The first count is attempted assassination of the President of the United States. This count is punishable by up to life in prison. The second count is interstate transportation of a firearm to commit a felony. This is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. And the third count is discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, which is punishable by a mandatory minimum term of imprisonment of 10 years, a maximum of life, and the 10 years is consecutive to any other sentence imposed. Just to go through very quickly the timeline, which many of you in this room already know, the defendant, Allen, made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for April 24th through April 26th. On April 21st of this year, he traveled by train from Los Angeles to Chicago and then from Chicago to Washington, D.C. On April 24th, he arrived in Washington, D.C. at approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon and checked into the Washington Hilton. Approximately at 8:40 on the night of April 25th, Allen approached a security checkpoint on the terrace level of the hotel, which is again a floor above where the dinner was taking place. He ran through the magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, U.S. Secret Service personnel assigned to the checkpoint heard a loud gunshot. One Secret Service officer was shot in the chest, but was wearing a ballistic vest that worked. This heroic officer who was hit fired 5 times at Allen, who was not shot but fell to the ground and was promptly arrested. I want to thank everybody who worked tirelessly on Saturday, Sunday, and continuing today. This includes members of the FBI, and Director Patel is going to address that in a minute. It includes members of the Metropolitan Police Department who were immediately on the scene, the chief, the mayor, to make sure that law enforcement was available to do their jobs and had all the tools they needed to do so. And lastly, the United States Attorney's Office here in D.C., our U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro and her team. A prosecutor stayed up all night long, didn't sleep all day yesterday, making sure that we got what we needed from all over the country. It included search warrants in California, search warrants here in D.C., multiple interviews that have been conducted already of witnesses and of family members of the charged individual. And continue to work hard today. This investigation is ongoing. It's not complete. A lot of the information that the media is hearing through leaks or sources, some of it is true, some of it is not true. And at the right time, you will hear information from us as appropriate. I'd like to ask our U.S. Attorney, Janine Pirro, to say a few words, and then followed by Director Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Cole Allen's journey of accountability in the criminal justice system starts today. Todd Blanche just indicated to you the charges. Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold. But make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination of the President of the United States, with the defendant making clear what his intent was. And that intent was to bring down as many of the high-ranking cabinet officials as he could. This is the kind of situation that we cannot tolerate. And as the Attorney General has just indicated, it could have been so much worse, but for the reality that we had the Secret Service as well as the Metropolitan Police Department and the FBI. Now, the facts make it very clear what this intent was. You may recall that it was on March 2nd that the president indicated that he would be attending this public event at the Hilton. And on April 6th, That's when Cole Allen first made a hotel reservation at the Washington Hilton for 3 nights, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th. It was on April 21st that he traveled all the way from the West Coast, from his home near LA. He gets to Chicago on April 23rd, and has been indicated he arrives in D.C. on the 24th, and he checks into the hotel at about 3 p.m. He stays overnight. He is very much aware that the President and the First Lady entered the ballroom at 8 p.m. And it was at 8:40 that he made a decision to rush the ballroom. And thank goodness, law enforcement, the Secret Service, was able to prevent him from getting into that ballroom. He was not injured other than some kind of scrape on his knee. Now, as indicated, these are the weapons that the defendant had on his person. You can see that's a 12-gauge pump-action Mossberg shotgun. It's a .38 semi-automatic. He had at least 3 knives and all kinds of paraphernalia. So any suggestion that he wasn't there to do harm is absurd. We will prove when he purchased these guns. They were purchased in California. Why is that relevant? It is relevant because he crossed interstate lines with those firearms, and those are the firearms that he used on the night of the 25th, or attempted to use at the very least. Now, the manifesto also makes clear about his expected rules of engagement. You know, you can look at it and read it, and it may seem kind of la, but at the end, make no mistake, he says, I am targeting the administration officials. They are my targets, and I'm prioritizing from the top down, the highest ranking from the lowest. And I will not hesitate to get involved in any kind of encounter with anyone who blocks me from the president. Now, finally, let me say one thing. Within days of the president nominating me to be the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, I was at the scene of a double homicide where one Elias Rodriguez crossed state lines from Chicago with a firearm to commit a felony in the district. He's now indicted for the murder of 2 individuals, Laron Lashimsky and Sarah Milgram, here in Washington. Not long after that, another individual, Ramanullah Lockenwall, crossed state lines, again with a firearm, with intent to commit a felony here in Washington. He traveled from the state of Washington. He is now indicted with the murder of Sarah Beckstrom, a National Guardsman, and the attempted murder of National Guard Andrew Wolf. Today, we have Cole Allen, another individual, charged with crossing state lines coming from California with a firearm with the intent to commit a felony here in the district. Let this be a message to anyone who thinks that Washington, D.C. is the place to act out political violence. And if you are willing to do so with a firearm and cross state lines, we will find you, we will track your steps from the inception of your plan, and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Washington, D.C. is not the place to travel to commit acts of violence. The Constitution and the laws of the United States permit us to register our views through our voices and our votes. What they don't permit is making your views known through violence, especially violence directed at the President of the United States. This is anti-democratic at its core.
Thank you, Judge. Excuse me. Thank you, General. This one hits a little differently. We were all there. Many of you were there. Many of you watching were there as well. The president was there. The vice president was there. The cabinet was there. And what you saw described by the general and the U.S. attorney is absolutely true. The president spoke on late Saturday evening with the message of unity and a backing of law enforcement, and we have followed through on that message of unity and the effectuation of law enforcement across this country. This FBI is grateful to the United States Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, and our interagency partners, including the Metropolitan Police Department, for swiftly jumping into action. All of us on there put us in a unique position, but all of us also acted uniquely. The Washington field office jumped into action immediately, sending a mobile command center to the scene, along with our evidence response technicians who showed up in speedy fashion to make sure we could collect the evidence that the prosecutors and the department needed to make this announcement today. Also on scene, you were told about the brave heroics of the United States Secret Service and other members of law enforcement. And that should be celebrated by every single American. They did exactly what they were trained to do. They stopped a massive attack from becoming even worse. They stood in the way, they safeguarded America, and they should be nothing but applauded for their bravery and their dedication to their mission and their selfless sacrifice to this country. The FBI, along with standing up mobile command units, evidence tech response team, and Washington SWAT on scene, also established our NC3, our National Crisis Coordination Center, almost immediately. And almost immediately in parallel, we stood up our command center at the Washington field office under ADIC Darren Cox's leadership. Throughout the evening, we immediately began working with our department. Successfully and lawfully and obtain the relevant evidence for exploitation that was on scene. Back at the headquarters division and the Washington field office, we were coordinating a national scale investigation that literally spanned from coast to coast. As you heard, FBI agents, along with the interagency, were immediately dispatched to the suspect's home in California, where we conducted interviews that provided critical information about this horrific attack. We also dispatched investigators and agents to New London, Connecticut, where we conducted further interviews that provided necessary information that you will find in this criminal complaint, as the United States Attorney has just laid out. While officers were working diligently through the night to conduct those interviews, we were also conducting interviews of witnesses on scene. Those interviews are ongoing. As you know, there was almost 2,000 people there. We were sifting through, and we will get to each and every one of you with any bit of relevant information. Again, we ask everybody who has any relevant information, like I did on Saturday night with the president, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Any piece of information is information we want to have and must receive. On top of the on-scene response by this FBI, the headquarters response, and the Washington field office response, the FBI flipped on its enterprise-wide response to this critical incident. What does that mean? We dispatched fixed-wing assets across the country so that we could immediately transport evidence that was acquired in California and Connecticut and sent it to our laboratories in Quantico for analysis. We collected the shell casings on scene, including the firearms and the weapons that the judge talked about. Those were also sent to our Quantico laboratories for immediate analysis. America should be proud that this FBI acted with the urgency that was needed for the moment that we had to answer. The president rightly said that we will act in a unified fashion, and it's because of President Trump's leadership and backing of the blue, every single person in law enforcement that I stood with into late evening hours on Saturday, early evening hours on Sunday, and all day yesterday and today are thrilled to wear the badge and defend this country. Each and every one of them deserves our thanks, and I encourage everyone listening to go out there and shake the hand of a federal agent or police officer and say thank you for doing their job. Thank you for training endlessly to make sure they meet the mission requirements. And for me, as the director of the FBI, I want to thank our headquarters components for working diligently with our prosecutors and make sure that the American public knows it's not just federal agents that do this work. It's our intelligence analysts, our support staff, our laboratories, our fixed-wing assets, our critical incident response groups, our hostage rescue teams. Agents sprung into action, got out of bed, and haven't slept since. These prosecutors haven't slept since, and I promise you they're not going to be sleeping. They are going to give you every piece of evidence. As the journal said, we will make public, when appropriate, to protect the integrity of this investigation, to make sure that due process is served, and we will meet the highest standards of the Constitution, as we always do. And that is when we will continue to disclose information. I know the public has a yearning for information, but just remind yourself of how much information you have already received, how transparent this administration has been. In less than 48 hours, you know almost every single thing we know. And what we have not told you yet, we will tell you in short order. So once again, from me, as director of the FBI, I want to thank the interagency. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and their director, Mark Wayne Mullen, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General of the United States Attorney Pirro, and Ada Cox for springing into action on a night that should have been celebrating free speech, but we will be doing it again shortly, as the president said, and we look forward to seeing you all there.
Pierre.
2 questions, please. Beyond the evidence and what the judge described as the manifesto, what other evidence can you point to that tells us that the president was the primary target of the suspect?
So we're a day and a half into the investigation. As we talked about earlier, we were able to get multiple devices from various locations, the hotel room and also his where he lived in California. We have started that process. There's nothing more that would be appropriate to share at this time until we have thoroughly gone through it, which we're doing, and we'll share that information as appropriate in the future. Second question, go ahead.
Beyond the assassination attempts against President Trump, you had someone try to burn down the mansion where the governor lives in Pennsylvania. You had those state lawmakers attacked in Minnesota. You've had 2 Israeli embassy staff members murdered in the city here. You had the Charlie Kirk assassination. You had the National Guardsman killed in the city. Can you, each of you, describe the current threat environment and what DOJ's stance is about it?
Well, you just described the current threat environment pretty accurately, which is that the political violence and rhetoric has got to stop. And that's something President Trump said right after the incident on Saturday night. It's something that Carolyn Leavitt talked about a couple hours ago. It is something that is, when you have a president who and many people in this room, if we're going to be honest about it, has done it as well. They're just as guilty as a lot of people on X. When you have reporters, when you have media just being overly critical and calling the president horrible names for no reason and without evidence, without proof, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place. If you look at what it appears that this defendant had in his past, we're talking about somebody who is college educated, who has a job, who is otherwise living his life, and we'll find out more about him, as I expect, in the coming days and weeks. But he chose to do what he did, and so our threat environment is we are ready. I mean, I'm not going to go through what Director Patel just talked about with the way we responded, but this was something that we will always be prepared for, and it's sad that it has to happen, but it's not a new thing, unfortunately.
Have you been able to determine whether the gunman fired shots? If so, how many shots he fired, and who exactly, whose bullet hit the agent?
We want to get that right. So we're still looking at that. It appears, and I don't want to overstate because we are still looking at this, that there were five shots that law enforcement fired. We have all the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously, and we'll know more soon. We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the suspect, that the defendant fired it out of his shotgun, and we know that happened. But as far as getting into exacting ballistics, I'm not going to do that today because it's still being looked at and finalized.
Thank you for taking my question. You personally have called for a construction of this ballroom at the White House. The president has called for this as well. Today, the National Trust president put out a statement, says that they're grateful that everybody's okay, but, and I quote, "We are not planning to voluntarily dismiss our lawsuit, which endangers no one, and which respectfully ask the administration to follow the law. Ballroom construction is continuing unabated until June 5th at the earliest because the injunction is on hold." Where does the Justice Department go from here? And then I have a follow-up on that.
Well, we filed a motion today asking the court to do what the plaintiffs refused to do. We absolutely believe that there is no better example of why this ballroom is necessary, aside from all the very positive things the ballroom will bring to this country and to Washington, D.C., than what happened on Saturday night. You guys, many of you all were there. That's one of the only places in D.C. that you can hold an event like that due to its size and the structure of what we need. So we're basically stuck at this point in this city with having an event like that at a hotel, so underneath a ton of hotel rooms. And so the fact that we, aside from the fact that the ballroom is spectacular, it's going to be beautiful, it's going to make this country look great every time it's used, it's also a meaningful safety issue. And so I very much wish that the plaintiffs and their counsel would take a different view, but if they don't, we are going to continue to fight in court like we have been, and hopefully the judges at the D.C. Circuit Court will do the right thing.
Are you aware of...
Not you, the red.
Thank you. Are you investigating connections that Cole Allen allegedly had to left-wing groups? I think one is called the Wide Awakes, reportedly.
Yes. Of course we're investigating that. Now
And
you.
Are you aware of his video game development past, including a potential shooter-style RPG game?
I've seen the news reports that talk about that. I think that the positive and negatives of this type of case is that there's a lot of people investigating this man right now, including the FBI. But the only investigations that truly matter in the court of law are the ones that Director Patel and his men and women are doing. So we'll wait for them to do that and get an answer.
Follow up, just really quick. What do you know anything about his alleged Christian past, Christian faith past? Because he said something about it in the manifesto.
I have read reports in the news, and I've read reports that say various things regarding his views of Christianity, his views in the past of Christianity, and I'm certainly not going to speak to news reports. I will wait, as I hope all of you would, for the investigation to continue until we actually have answers. Yeah.
Just a little technical question. You mentioned that you guys, so far you think that Allen fired at least one shot. That doesn't say that in the affidavit yet, so I'm just curious if you can explain the discharging of weapon charge at this point.
Well, he's charged with violating 924C, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. So by definition, that charge means that it was discharged. I can tell you from what I know, with the understanding that we're a day and a half in, that this is the gun that he discharged. And as those of us that have ever shot one of these know, what happens when you shoot that is the casing stays inside the firearm, and then if you reload it, it pops it out. My understanding is that it was inside the firearm, but hadn't been ejected, which means that it hadn't been pulled back again. But again, I want folks to understand, I'm the acting attorney general. I'm not on the ground doing the investigation, so I'm telling you what I've been told, and we'll, if that information changes, I'm sure that we'll let you know. Yeah.
Just want to ask you about this letter that you posted yesterday that's sent from Brett Shumate to the plaintiffs in that lawsuit. It says that the Washington Hilton is, quote, demonstrably unsafe for the President of the United States. It said that with the ballroom, that Trump will no longer need to venture beyond the safety of the White House perimeter. Just engaging with those lines, was there an assessment in advance of the dinner that the Hilton was demonstrably unsafe? And if so, why was President Trump allowed to attend it? And then separately, just the idea that by building the ballroom, that President Trump wouldn't need to go outside of the confines of the White House. I mean, is that something that the American people, should find acceptable, that the president would have to be, for major events, confined to the White House? It seems like kind of a castle situation.
That is obviously not what he means by that. And the fact that question comes with respect to President Trump is laughable in the extreme. I mean, laughable in the extreme. You have a president who willingly speaks with you guys multiple times a day, I would say 7 days a week. He is active all over the country. I think with that, keeping it to the four corners of that statement, when he says demonstrably, it's demonstrated by what happened on Saturday night. So that doesn't mean that the Secret Service would ever let the president go into an unsafe environment. I know that the director of the Secret Service will be focused on making sure that we always keep him safe. And by the way, as we said before, and as anybody that was in that room knows, we were safe. We were safe. We heard a lot of loud noises that at the time many of us thought could be guns going off. It was mostly plates falling because of the staff, understandably, were running. So my reaction to that is I'll leave anything with respect to security up to the great men and women of the Secret Service. But when we talk about having an environment like the ballroom, it's an environment like what you saw last night. So an environment where you have a unique blend of cabinet members, leadership of this country, leadership of Congress, reporters and members of the public coming together for an event like that. That's different than other public-facing situations, which I have no doubt President Trump will continue to do, as he said he would on Saturday night. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there, for FBI Director Patel,
Sure.
Is there any other credible threats at this time related to events in the city, including King Charles? And then separately, the manifesto, I don't really want to give too much weight to this, did mention your name in it as someone that they maybe were not targeting. Do you want to kind of elaborate on that? And then also the political motivations there?
As to the latter, no. As to the former, The FBI and the interagency is constantly evaluating intelligence provided to us by interagency collection methods. Our partners in the federal and state and local levels, we are constantly relaying that information to the White House, to the Attorney General, to the United States Attorney, specifically here in D.C. And we will always assess each piece of intelligence and base it on the credibility that it was received and give it the due weight that it has. But as the U.S. Attorney has stated, and as President Trump's task force for Washington, D.C. has shown, we have reduced crime in this city by historic levels, and we will continue to do so. We will continue to safeguard the men and women that call Washington, D.C. their home.
All right, just a couple more.
Acting Attorney General, in paragraph 14 of the complaint today, it says that the suspect fell, and you said that he was tackled. I just want to see if we can try to make sure we understand.
Well, I think that both can be true. And I would rely on the complaint because that was sworn to by an agent and not by the words out of the acting attorney general, who most certainly was not there. But I think both can be true.
But the U.S. Attorney yesterday also mentioned that one of the charges possibly would be for assault on an officer, and I noticed today it's a different charge. Is this because you've determined that what he shot didn't actually strike the officer?
We're still looking at that, and I think that's something that you'll hear about in the coming days as we know the answer to that. It doesn't legally matter in that situation, but you know, when after an event like this happens, not surprisingly, there's initial charges that we consider. Then you have the U.S. Attorney's team and the FBI looking through the evidence and figuring out what's the best thing to do, and that's what you have. Right? Just one more question. Yeah.
I have two quick questions. One,
All right, two
I
questions.
just wanted to clarify, you said the one officer fired their weapon 5 times. Was that the only officer who discharged a firearm?
I want to be very careful in answering that question because this is, when you do ballistics evidentiary collection and research, it is very complicated. So when you fire a bullet, the bullet ends up somewhere. Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. And so from that, with that qualifier, we believe right now that there was 5 shots fired from the same firearm. But there's a team of folks looking at this that are experts, and the evidence collection team that were in that area of the hotel where the shots were fired will work all night. They have the evidence they collected, but it's not an exact science from the standpoint that, for example, the buckshot, when that shot, it scatters everywhere. Sometimes it just disappears, actually, depending on where it hits. So you don't have to, hopefully with that qualifier, that's where we are right now.
Question about the timeline, sir.
Hold on.
I just wanted to ask what law enforcement has learned about why he was targeting President Trump. Do you guys believe he was upset about a certain policy or decision by the president?
The complaint lays out what I think is described as a manifesto, which is something that he allegedly sent to many folks, his family. That's what we have so far as his motivation. As the U.S. Attorney said a few minutes ago, what is clear from the complaint and from what we have so far is he was targeting President Trump. He described that in his manifesto. He was targeting administration officials. He described that. But as far as us understanding additional motivation, that's for the FBI and law enforcement. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can you show the Amtrak security measures? Will there be any announcement about Amtrak security?
All right. So that was the press conference on the White House Correspondents Dinner attack. And we're going to talk about it. And I actually have the criminal complaint document with some more information there. So let me, before we go to that, what should I throw on the screen here? Because also coming up, we're going to give you live coverage of King Charles and Queen Camilla are visiting the White House today. And, you know, President Trump, he might say something, some remarks, and maybe he'll say some stuff about the attack or about the Iran situation. I don't know. So keeping an eye out for that. Where is that here? Let's see here. Hold on a moment. So we're going to keep an eye out for video of that, which is supposed to come out in about 15 minutes. Oops. By the way, we don't need that. Oops. No, we need this. We don't need this clock right now. And I'm going to change the headline to say Latest updates on Iran war and WHCD attack. Okay. And I want to take comments from you guys about what we just saw. And we're going to keep an eye on, out for the video from the White House coming up. All right, so bear with me for a second. Maybe I'll put marine traffic on the screen. While we're waiting for this. Okay, put that up there. Get rid of this. Oh, I know what I'm going to show on the screen. I'm sorry. I'm going to show the document. I have the criminal complaint. Look at this. Look what I have here. It's the criminal complaint about the attack. Okay. I want to show you this. And take some comments from you guys. There are the charges right there. Let's see here. Ma Florida says, I bet an agent shot another agent. Well, in the criminal complaint and in the press conference, here's what it said about the gunshots. Here's what it says. At approximately 8:40 p.m. Saturday night, Allen approached a security checkpoint on the terrace level of the hotel leading to the location of the dinner. By the way, the acting attorney general said that's one floor above where the dinner was being held. Allen approached and ran through the magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, U.S. Secret Service personnel assigned to the checkpoint heard a loud gunshot. U.S. Secret Service officer VG was shot once in the chest. He was wearing a ballistic vest at the time. Officer VG drew his service weapon and fired multiple times at Allen. It was said 5 times in the press conference, who fell to the ground and suffered minor injuries, but was not shot. Allen was subsequently arrested. So what's being said is that, hold on a moment here, is that, hold on a second here. Okay, so the attacker ran through the security area with a long gun and fired a shot which hit the Secret Service agent in the chest. And that Secret Service agent had a vest on, protecting him. And the Secret Service agent then shot 5 times at the attacker. And the attacker was not hit, but the attacker, it says here that the attacker fell to the ground, but it was said in the press conference that he may have been tackled. Now, some of our viewers are saying, how did he miss with 5 shots? Now, I don't know if it affected the guy. I mean, he was just shot in the chest. Remember, what they're saying is that the person who fired the 5 shots was hit in the chest. Arius says it's very easy to miss even at close range. Now he was. Gregory Scherer says he was moving fast. Now Cook, your goose baby boy, thinks that the first agent was hit by another agent. Let me actually show you exactly what Todd Blanche said about this. Because he described at the start of the press conference, he talked about the gunshots. See if I can pull it up here. Where exactly he talked about it, right at the start. Why am I not seeing this? Oopsie. Here, I have it right now. So this is, why is this not playing? Here we go. Okay, so this is, I'm going to play you the replay of just him of Todd Blanche talking about the gunshots. Okay. So this is moments ago, we heard Todd Blanche. Moments ago. Oops. By the way, take this off.
Hotel, which is again a floor above where the dinner was. Security checkpoint on the terrace on the night of April 25th. Allen approached a security checkpoint on the terrace level of the hotel, which is again a floor above where the dinner was taking place. He ran through the magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, U.S. Secret Service personnel assigned to the checkpoint heard a loud gunshot. One Secret Service officer was shot in the chest, but was wearing a ballistic vest that worked. This heroic officer who was hit fired 5 times at Allen, who was not shot, but fell to the ground and was promptly arrested.
Okay. Actually, you know, it does say, one of our viewers said, he said that he said was they heard a gunshot. But now later, didn't he said that but remember, he's also, the suspect is charged with discharging a firearm. Look, here's the charge. He was asked about this, Todd Blanche. One of the charges is discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. And I think that was asked about in the questions. Hang on. Let me pull up where that question was asked. Here is moments ago, when the question was asked about this.
Whether the gunman fired shots, if so, how many shots he fired, and who exactly, whose bullet hit the agent.
We want to get that right. So we're still looking at that. It appears, and I don't want to overstate because we are still looking at this, that there were five shots that law enforcement fired. We have all the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously, and we'll know more soon. We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the defendant fired it out of his shotgun, and we know.
So there you go. We do believe that the suspect fired out of the shotgun.
Know that happened, but as far as getting into exacting ballistics, I'm not going to do that today because it's still being looked at and finalized.
Thank you for taking my question. You personally have called for a construction of this ballroom at the White House. The president has called for this as well.
Yeah, so he said that they believe there were 5 shots fired by law enforcement, and that the suspect fired his shotgun, right? And if you look at the criminal complaint, it says discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. And then if you look down here, it says, hang on. He approached the security checkpoint on the terrace level of the hotel. He approached and ran through a magnetometer holding a long gun. As he did so, Secret Service personnel heard a loud gunshot. U.S. Secret Service officer was shot once in the chest. Officer was wearing a ballistic vest at the time. He drew his service weapon and fired multiple times at Allen. So you have these different, so yeah, just to be clear, it's like, it's a little confusing because if you put all the things together, it seems to me what they're saying is that the suspect shot once and then the Secret Service agent shot 5 times. They don't say there are any more shots than that. But maybe that'll change as they do more investigating. Hold on. Hang on, I want to take some more comments from you guys. Give me a moment here. Here. Oh, hold on. Here's a question about this. Here we go.
Question. You mentioned that you guys, so far you think that Allen fired at least one shot. That doesn't say that in the affidavit yet, so I'm just curious if you can explain the discharging of weapon charge at this point.
Well, he's charged with violating 924C, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. So by definition, that charge means that it was discharged. I can tell you from what I know, with the understanding that we're a day and a half in, that this is the gun that he discharged. Yeah. And as those of us that have ever shot one of these know, what happens when you shoot that is the casing stays inside the firearm, and then if you reload it, it pops it out. My understanding is that it was inside the firearm, but hadn't been ejected, which means that it hadn't been pulled back again. But again, I want folks to understand, I'm the acting attorney general. I'm not on the ground doing the investigation, so I'm telling you what I've been told, and we'll, if that information changes, I'm sure that we'll let you know. Yeah.
All right. So they say he fired the weapon, and I mean, given everything that they've said about what happened, the implication would be that he is the one who fired the initial shot, because I don't know who else would be fired. Again, they said that there were 5 shots from law enforcement. They said that those were fired by, they believe those were fired by the one officer, and that they heard an initial shot when Secret Service heard a loud gunshot. The officer was shot in the chest, and then he drew his weapon and fired multiple times. So the implication of what they're saying is that that initial shot came from the attacker, and that shot hit the agent, but it doesn't explicitly say that in the affidavit. All right, hold on a second here. The press conference and the criminal complaint imply that the attacker was the one who fired the initial shot that hit the Secret Service agent. However, this is not explicitly stated in the Okay. I just wanted to get this posted here. I want to post that clarification. Sorry. So again, technical point that it was never explicitly stated in the criminal complaint, or I believe the press conference, no one ever said, and there's no sentence in here that says that the attacker fired that first shot and that shot hit the Secret Service agent. But if you just add up all the information they're giving you, that the attacker fired a shot, that law enforcement fired 5 shots, that it's believed that one Secret Service agent fired the 5 shots after being hit, right? By hit. I mean, if you add all that stuff, there's no other conclusion you can draw if all that stuff is true, except that the first shot was fired by the attacker. There's no other way that those things can all be true, unless the attacker is one who fired the first shot. I know that's a very technical point, but I like to be clear on these things. Oh, let me post a link to. I'm going to post a link to this document for you. Here, I just posted a link so you can read the criminal complaint. Our viewer Dev Zozo thinks that the man was running fast, fired a shot, probably kept running and fell. Probably him moving was why the Secret Service missed. Gimmer Strike says, but no charge for hitting, just for discharge. Well, there could be additional charges. I believe that was stated in the press conference. But right now, the 3 charges are attempt to assassinate the President of the United States, transportation of a firearm and ammunition in interstate commerce with intent to commit a felony, and discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. I already posted a link to the document just a minute ago. I'll post it one more time. There, I just posted it again in the chat. And hold on a minute here. I have a feed. I have a feed from the White House. Let me put that up on the screen for you. Feed from the White House coming up now. Feed from the White House.
Okay, I was talking directly into.
Hold on. I got to get this up on the screen. Okay, hang on a moment. One moment here. Here we go. That's the White House, and that's live. So we need to fix this because King Charles and Queen Camilla are visiting the White House. And maybe President Trump will talk about different things if he makes comments. I don't know. And this is, hold on. Okay. Sorry, I want to read some more comments from you guys. I want to thank some people. Sorry, we've been jumping from thing to thing because all of this stuff is going on. I want to also keep looking at that document there. Hey, a quick thanks to Scott Bedwell. Scott, that's so nice of you. I really appreciate it, Scott Bedwell. Also, Purple Oryx gave 20 people memberships. That is really nice of Purple Oryx. Please thank Purple Oryx if you got a membership from Purple Oryx. Thank you. And also, thanks for your support, Purple Oryx. Yes, as I mentioned, for those who didn't see it, as I mentioned last week, and as I mentioned on our social media, apologies, everyone. As I mentioned on air earlier this week, I am at a college reunion event, so I am unable to do live news coverage. Thank you for your understanding. I posted that on Saturday night. So you can follow at Agenda Free TV for updates about the channel. But yes, I was at a college reunion this weekend, so I was unable to broadcast. I apologize. Thank you so much, Purple Oryx. Also, Infinite Possibilities. Thanks for being a member. Vapeco, thanks for the gift membership. Grace H81, thanks for being a member. Tanks a lot, thank you. Jojo I Am, thank you. Thank you, Vapeco. Vapeco says Trump may have divided a lot of people, but he has also radicalized a lot of people. Thank you, Vapeco, for your support. Irish Exorcet, thanks for being a member. Renee Lorraine, thank you. J. Gordon SUX, thank you. Thank you, Koob5FON from Poland, who mentioned that in Poland, I think I saw something about this. In Poland, there was a 9-day charity stream that raised a record-breaking sum for charity, over $69 million US, in for children with cancer. That's a Reuters report I'm reading from. Thank you, Koob5On from Poland. Also, I am Charlie. Thanks for your support. And thank you to TechSlug. Thank you so much, TechSlug, for your support. And Who Shot JR over there on Twitch. Thank you, Fizzy Mint, for subscribing on Twitch. And CC for your support. Okay, now, oh, and by the way, Brian Beelman gave 20 people memberships. That is so nice of Brian. Brian, thank you. Please thank Brian if you got a member. You just got a membership from Brian. Thank you, Brian Beelman. Very kind of you. All right, now, hang on a moment here. This is like a big event, it looks like. Hang on. I want to take some more comments from you guys about the attack. Also, I want to see if I have any more information from you. Well, I kind of want to leave this on the screen for you. So we heard in the press conference about the attack, the White House Correspondents Dinner attack, that 4 days before the attack, the attacker traveled by train from his home in Los Angeles to Chicago. And it took about 2 days to get to Chicago. And then he took a different train from Chicago to D.C. So it took him 3 days on train to get to D.C. Then he checked into the Washington Hilton Hotel. By the way, the shotgun that was used was purchased on August 17th, 2025, August 17th of last year, says the criminal complaint. The handgun he had was purchased in 2023. And it also says shortly before the attack happened at 8:40 p.m., he sent an email to members of his family and a former employer explaining the actions he was about to take. We talked about that message earlier. The criminal complaint says, based on my training and experience with electronic accounts, I believe that under these circumstances, the phrase scheduled send means before attempting to breach the security perimeter, he used settings in his email account to schedule the email. Oh. So law enforcement believed he scheduled the email to send, by the way. The alleged attacker signed his email Cole Cold Force Friendly Federal Assassin Allen. Here, look. Allen signed his email Cole Cold Force Friendly Federal Assassin Allen. I know from my investigation that Allen used the moniker Cold Force and multiple online accounts associated with him. Hold on a moment here. Hey, a quick thanks, by the way, to it's interesting also, by the way, he sent the email to family members and a former employer, says the criminal complaint. Where is that? By the way, thanks so much to Van Dan. Wow. Van Dan is training a new truck driver at work who subscribes to AFTV. That's so nice. Hey, Daniel Moore Van Dan, thank you for all your support of the channel. It's really generous of you. Van Dan, huge thanks to you, Daniel Moore. Dystopian News says cold force is tough. Our viewer Karcha Run says that guy, the attacker, is sick. I want to talk obviously about the war in Iran too. There's been a lot of the news about the attack coming out today. So we'll keep an eye. You know, this event is supposed to happen. Well, it's going to be any moment now because it was supposed to happen at 4:15 and it's now 4:17. So we're waiting for President Trump to greet King Charles and Queen Camilla. I assume the First Lady will be there as well. Thank you, Rory McLean. I appreciate that. Yes, it was a good reunion with a lot of old friends. Thank you, Rory McLean. I appreciate that. Okay. So we'll be talking more about the war in Iran on the stream. Did he bring the weapons with him on the train? I assume he did. The weapons were purchased in 2025 and 2023. Hold on, what's happening? Is something happening right now? Is it happening? Are they coming out right now? Look what's happening. It's King Charles and Queen Camilla. They're greeting President Trump right now. They're saying hello. They are saying hello. There they are, live at the White House. Live at the White House. Now they're going inside. There might have been a flyover, as one of our viewers said. Now, I think we might see some of the Trumps are supposed to participate in tea and a tour of the White House beehive. Are we going to see that? Are we going to see the tea and the tour of the White House beehive? We might. It's supposed to happen just in a couple minutes. It said on Reuters, it said 5 minutes after they arrive. Oh, I don't know if we're going to see. Actually, I don't even know if we're going to get the. I don't know if this feed will have the White House beehive tour. Don't know. Oh, further live coverage is expected. All right. Let's wait a minute and see. I'll keep it up there. Sorry, I don't know. It's supposed to be soon. Awaiting possible live video of. Oh, hold on. What's happening now? That there's live video right there. Yeah. Of King Charles and Trump. Okay. But again, according to Reuters, it says the Trumps participate in tea and a tour of the White House beehive. And the White House, yeah, so we'll have to see if we get that video. Austin says they are not getting McDonald's from DoorDash Grandma. Electrostatic says Secret Service bees. Oh, my camera's still off. Okay, sorry. I meant to be on the screen. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Well, I'm just going to keep this up there because it's supposed to happen soon. Wei Zhejiang, who I believe is the president of the White House Correspondents Association, she reported that the Washington Hilton donated the around 2,600 dinners that went unserved at the Correspondents Dinner. They freeze-dried the steak and lobster for longer shelf life before giving them to 2 shelters for abused women and children. Huge thank you to the staff that worked through the night under terrible circumstances, says Wei Zhejiang. Hi-Fi Beef says that's awesome. Is it Ouija? Is it Ouija Zhang? I might be pronouncing it wrong. Sorry if I am. I'll look it up and see if I can find. I'm not sure. People are saying it's Ouija. How do I wonder if I can Hold on. I'm gonna check how to pronounce the name right now. It's Weijia Jiang. So I was wrong on both. It's Weijia Jiang, not Weijia Zhang. I'm sorry, it's Weijia Jiang. Anyways, thanks for the correction. Again, any moment now, we may be getting coverage of King Charles at the White House getting a tour of the White House beehive. And we're just waiting to see if we have that for you. So I'm keeping it on the screen because it'll just pop on the screen when it happens. And you can see it says further live coverage is expected. Will he get some honey? Says Sketty Sandwich. That I do not know. It's a good question. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Oops. Let me try to get you some updates on war stuff. We've been focusing so much on today on this on the maybe what I can do is on the attack because there's been all this news on it. But we need to also talk about the war in Iran. Maybe what we'll do, here's what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is take this, well, I'll show you this. U.S. reviews latest Iranian proposal to end war stalemate. Maybe I should put the other video in the corner. How am I going to do this? Let's see. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll do this. We'll do this. So we have that there. See, the video's live right there in the corner. Then we have this there. Oh, now you can't see that. Why is that not showing? Oh, I see. Awaiting possible live video of King Charles and Trump. And meanwhile, let's talk for a second about this proposal. By the way, Eliza Jane says that King Charles has beehives and sells it for charity. Is this true? Eliza Jane says. Oh, I'm sorry. By the way, I didn't realize this. Some of you guys probably knew this. I just saw from the White House press pool. Tomorrow is the more formal arrival ceremony. We saw rows of seats set up at the White House. That's going to be tomorrow. So there's a bigger a formal arrival ceremony tomorrow at the White House. I didn't know that. But we still might get more video from today. Oopsie, now I messed up. We want to go, that's Weijia Jiang. But what I wanted to show you was this story there. And our viewers are mentioning King Charles beekeeping. Yes, I am seeing things online that he has beehives at his private residence. Hello, hold on. The royal family in bees. Look, it's the royal family in bees. The royal family are keen beekeepers, and beehives are a regular feature across the royal residences. Buckingham Palace has 4 beehives. By the Sea thinks the White House beehive has been there for 3 days. Is that true? I have no idea. Her Majesty, I don't want to read all of this, but the Queen produces her own honey at home in Wiltshire, which is sold at Fortnum and Mason to raise money for charity. The Queen. His Majesty, the King, enjoys a spoonful of honey in his tea. Buckingham Palace honey is used by the palace chefs throughout the year for guests at events. Queen Elizabeth II was very proud of the honey produced at Buckingham Palace and even gave a jar to Pope Francis. I'll post a link to this so you can check it out. Oopsie, now everything's falling apart here. Everything's falling apart. All right, let's do this. So I'm posting a link to that. Now we're looking at this. I'll post a link to the bees and royalty story from the UK. And we're waiting to see if we get more live video. And let's talk a little bit about the war. Thank you. I am Charlie. I appreciate it. I am Charlie. I am Charlie thinks that he's going to take Charles to see the plaque about Joe Biden. On the wall. Thanks, I am Charlie. Now, talking about what's going on with Iran, you can see here, Reuters says President Trump discussed a new Iranian proposal on resolving the war with Tehran with his top national security aides on Monday, as the conflict remains in a stalemate with energy supplies from the region reduced. The Iranian sources earlier on Monday disclosed Tehran's latest proposal, which would set aside discussion of Iran's nuclear program until the war is ended and disputes over shipping from the Gulf are resolved. That is unlikely to satisfy Washington, which says nuclear issues must be dealt with from the outset. Secretary of State Rubio said he thought Iran was trying to buy more time. We can't let them get away with it, he told Fox News. They're very good negotiators. They're very experienced negotiators. We have to ensure that any deal that is made, any agreement that is made, is one that definitely prevents them from sprinting toward a nuclear weapon at any point. Sources from Pakistan said work to bridge gaps between the U.S. and Iran has not halted, despite the absence of face-to-face diplomacy after Trump called off a trip by his representatives over the weekend. Hopes of reviving peace efforts have receded since the U.S. president this weekend announced he had scrapped a visit by his special envoy Steve Lookner and son-in-law Jared Kushner to Islamabad, the Pakistani capital, where the Iranian foreign minister shuttled in and out twice during the weekend. The Iranian foreign minister also visited Oman, and on Monday he went to Russia, where he met with President Putin and received words of support from a long-standing ally. Our viewer, Valeska Truax, says they have to get the strait open no matter what. Hang on a moment here. Let me check something. One of our viewers mentioned Lindsey Graham posted. Where is it there? Our viewer, S.A. Jim. Here's what Lindsey Graham, Republican senator, had to say about the news of Iranian proposal. Hold on, I'll show you here. I need a second here. Let's go back to me. If I do this, now why am I seeing that? Okay, so if I do this, here, I'll show you what Lindsey Graham had to say. He said, I don't know how accurate the reporting is regarding Iran's supposed new offer to end the war by lifting the blockade, opening the strait, and dealing with the other issues like nuclear issues later. But all I can say is I understand why Iran would make that offer. I am confident. Not only would that offer be unacceptable, but it also tells you all you need to know about the true state of play regarding negotiations. This is an offer that ignores the strong positions President Trump has rightfully taken regarding Iran's nuclear operations and desire to be the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. To have a successful negotiation, you have to have two willing partners. Clearly, if this offer is accurate, Iran is playing games. Mr. President, stick to your guns. For the good of the nation and the world, the Iranian regime and their behavior is the problem, not you. Hasselhoff says, is it even a war at this point? Well, there's been a ceasefire for several weeks now. Riv King thinks Lindsey Graham loves wars. Sorry, I'm a little congested today. And you can see Reuters says oil prices rise again with the warring sides still seemingly far apart on issues including Iran's nuclear ambitions and access to the crucial Strait of Hormuz. Oil prices resumed their upward march on Monday, hitting a 2-week high. And I'm looking at oil prices right now. I am seeing that Brent is over 108. It is getting close to its highs of the war, Brent crude. I'm looking at one chart that said it got up to about 113, although I don't know if that's correct. And WTI crude, U.S. crude, is up to about, it's at 96.7 now, 96.7, around there. They are both up over 2% for the day. Strong one says 108 Brent. Let's see here. So here's a little more about this purported proposal. Yeah, you can see here, it says, by the way, I'm going to remove the video because I'm not seeing anything right now, but I'll keep an eye on the video. And if we get more live video of King Charles's visit, I will show it to you. Senior Iranian sources speaking on condition of anonymity told Reuters the proposal carried by the foreign minister to Pakistan over the weekend envisioned talks in stages with the nuclear issue to be set aside at the start. I can't really imagine the U.S. setting aside the nuclear issue, but who knows? A first step would require the ending the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran and providing guarantees Washington cannot start it up again. Then negotiators would resolve the U.S. blockade and the fate of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran aims to reopen under its control. Only then would talks look at other issues, including the long-standing dispute over Iran's nuclear program, with Iran still seeking some kind of U.S. acknowledgement of its right to enrich uranium for what it says are peaceful purposes. In a sign, no face-to-face meetings are planned anytime soon. Streets reopened in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, which had been locked down for a week in anticipation of talks that never took place. You never know what's happening. Doesn't sound incredibly promising on the negotiation front. Brosef says so, basically not going to happen. Hey, let's do a poll question. Will fighting start again between the U.S. and Iran in this war? All right, I'm posting a poll right now. Eliza Jane says, doesn't sound very promising at all. Hello Noob says yes. Well, vote in the poll. I'm about to post the poll right now, but I need a second to post it. I am posting the poll. Oopsie. Hold on. Okay, it is now posted on Twitch, and I just have to get it up on the screen on Facebook. David, is that true? Hold on a second. Oh, King Charles is going to address Congress. I didn't realize this even. David mentioned that. When is that going to be? I don't know. I haven't seen his schedule yet. King Charles will address Congress. Yeah, I haven't got the poll all posted yet. I got to post the poll. Hold on. Everywhere. Okay, the poll is up, and here is you thinking about the poll. That's you. That is you. And then you're voting. Oops. And then we do this. Hold on. Let me show you some of the results here. I didn't do this the right way. Let's do this the right way. I know what I'll do. Sorry. Put this down here. Put this here. Let's get on the screen. There. There we go. Now we'll put the poll results up. I can see the results. Here it is. On YouTube, 82% of you say that fighting will start again between the U.S. and Iran in this war. 82%. On Facebook, it is 72%. And on Twitch, it is 86%. 85% now. YouTube on the right, on the left, Twitch on the right. Nicholas Hunt says Trump forever war. Joshua says deal is made, maybe the best deal ever with Iran. Oh, hold on. The White House press pool was escorted away about 20 minutes ago. So they're not with the president right now. So, according to the White House, after arriving, which King Charles and Queen Camilla have done, the couples were then to head to the state floor where they will sit for tea in the green room. After tea, their majesties will join the president and first lady for a tour of the newly unveiled and expanded White House Beehive today, which is nestled on the south lawn near the White House kitchen garden. Afterward, the couples will bid farewell and depart the White House grounds. I don't know if we're going to see video of the White House Beehive. Thank you for your for voting in the poll. Most of you think the fighting will start again. Very similar numbers there. Uh-oh. I think I got rid of something I didn't want to get rid of. I don't know though. Hassel DeHoff says there's nothing to bomb anymore. Silly Moist thinks we are in a logistical phase. Brent Crude is at 108. Guys, Brent Crude is over 108. Is President Trump going to want that to go on for a while? It keeps going up. Hidden the Wire says Trump has no cards. I will show you something else, by the way. I'm going to show you something else in a second. Reuters says between 125 and 140 ships usually crossed in and out of the strait in the past day. But before the war, between 125 and 140 ships would cross the strait daily. In the past day, it was 7, says Reuters. And none of them were carrying oil bound for the global market. Rad Dad says, we are the ones paying the price while nothing happens. Oh, thanks, by the way, to... Let me get rid of the Facebook poll. One moment here. Let's see. Thank you, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. Kristen McConnell Gates, thank you. Thanks, by the way, to Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, who are all moderating over there on Facebook. Our Twitch moderators, huge shout out. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry Misha over on X, who moderate for us there, and Beth Mythical, Janet B on YouTube, I want to mention this. Did you guys see what the Speaker of... Why is it dark now? Hold on, I gotta fix something. Now. Okay. This was a very interesting post yesterday from the Speaker of Iran's parliament, Mohammad Ghalibaf. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He was in the first negotiation with the U.S. He was one of the negotiators. Look at what he said. He said, they brag about the cards, meaning the U.S. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this a little bigger. He said, they brag about the cards, meaning the U.S. Let's see. Now, he put in, it says equals, but I think he means he's just separating the supply cards from the demand cards. Supply cards. These are things that Iran can do. Strait of Hormuz partly played. So he means Iran has cut off supply by, blocking ships from shipping oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. And he says it's partly played, but they can do more. Bab el-Mandeb Strait unplayed. See, it says BEM unplayed. That's having the Houthis block the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which would keep oil from coming out of the Red Sea. I'll show you where that is. So here is Google Maps. And then we're talking about, there's the Strait of Hormuz up there, which prevents oil from being shipped out of the Persian Gulf. And the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is here, next to Yemen, where the Houthis are. The Houthis supported by Iran. So will the Houthis, it would be a huge thing if they did, they haven't yet, will they try to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait? But you can see in this post from Ghalibaf, he says they brag about the cards, meaning the U.S. Let's see. He says, Strait of Hormuz, these are supply cards here at the start. Strait of Hormuz, they've used it to cut off supply by cutting off oil coming out of there. It's partly played. Bab el-Mandeb Strait, unplayed yet. Pipelines unplayed, meaning targeting, for example, the pipeline that Iran uses to ship oil across the country to the Red Sea and export about 5 million barrels of oil a day that come through that pipeline. They could go after those pipelines. Now, there was one attack on a pipeline pumping station a few weeks ago, which then got fixed by Saudi Arabia. And then it says here, demand cards. So inventory release played. What he's saying is that the U.S. and allies have already, if they had extra inventory, like strategic reserves, they've already been releasing that. They've already started playing that card. And then he says, so that's not a new card they can play. Demand destruction partly played. So demand destruction is when, because there's lack of oil supply, the world's not going to be able to use as much oil as it used to, if there's not as much coming out into the market. So they would have to remove some of the uses of it, destroy demand, and also more price adjustments to come. So he's saying these are all these cards that Iran has to play. Add summer vacation to the right unless they want to cancel it for the U.S. So this is Ghalibaf saying, look at all these things we can do. We could block the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. We could attack pipelines like the Saudi Arabia pipeline. You've already started releasing your inventory, your strategic inventory. So you don't have that to bring in because it's already being done. And price could go higher and people could be forced to start using less oil. And he says also, well, you could lose your summer vacation, I guess, because people would cost too much to drive somewhere. Hectate says all talk. And also HMN says this is just oil. Food is a whole other animal. Fertilizer prices have risen and could definitely rise and could rise more because a bunch of fertilizer gets moved through the Persian Gulf normally. Telomere mentions fertilizer. Also, diesel fuel, which I believe many farmers use, has really gone up in price during the war. Let me real quick just blow my nose off camera. Hold on. Oh, sorry about that. Please be glad that I did not do that on camera. Maria Chin thinks Trump has a full house and Iran has a strait. Sunshine says we are using the reserve supply. We should talk more about fertilizer. I saw a good article about that yesterday. I wanted to mention. Marcus G thinks Trump knows what he's doing. Also, Roof Korean Voters says, not just driving, but the cost of jet fuel as well may make flying unaffordable for most. Yeah, you're talking about summer vacation stuff. And again, I feel like it hasn't really been focused on because there's a ceasefire right now. But in the last several days, I mean, basically since on April 17th, Brent crude had gotten down to 87. Now it's at 108. So oil has gone up, Brent crude has gone up over 20% in 10 days. It's now getting close to as high as it's been during the war. Oopsie. Jill Morgan mentions helium. Yeah, that's another thing we've talked about that is experiencing a shortage because the helium can't go through the strait. I don't know if it's just that it can't go through the strait or it's that it's produced with other stuff that can't go through the strait. Maybe it's isn't it made in like gas production? I'd have to look that up. We can maybe talk about that a little later. Hey, first though, I need to thank Brian Beelman. Very generous of Brian. Wow. Brian, you've been so generous today. Well, you've been generous in the past as well, definitely. Thanks so much for all your support, Brian Beelman. That's very kind of you. Thanks for the rocket emoji and your support. Also, NSE Collective. Thank you so much, NSE Collective. Babelicious Nails. Thanks so much for being an 18-month member. Thank you. Vapeco says, I think between Israel and Iran, there will be fighting, but not the U.S. in Iran. I guess it's possible. Certainly. Thank you, Vapeco. Interesting. Prep Mom, thank you so much. Oh, hold on. I just saw something. Hold on. I don't know if we're going to see the I don't know if we're going to see the Beehive tour. Sim Nasty says, I want to see the Beehive, or the bees. I don't know yet. It still says further live coverage expected. That's what it still says. Do I have that up there? Let's see here. Let's see. One moment. One moment. See, it says further live coverage is expected. But we don't know. We'll see. Give me a moment. Thanks for your patience. We're going to take more comments. Oh, also, hey, Katie Kubiak gave 20 memberships. That is so kind of you, Katie Kubiak. Please thank Katie if you got memberships from Katie Kubiak. 20 new memberships. Thank you, Katie. Thanks for being a member yourself as well. Also, thanks, Arvid. Arvid says, can someone please explain this to a non-American? Why should Kimmel be fired for his rhetoric when President Trump is engaging in the same type of rhetoric himself? Thank you so much, Arvid from Norway. We talked about that earlier. Just a reminder that Melania Trump implied Jimmy Kimmel should be fired today, and then President Trump himself said Jimmy Kimmel should be fired on his social media. Without getting all into this right now, again, because we did do this before, but Melania Trump said people like Kimmel should not have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward. She says, the network, ABC keeps protecting him. Enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand. And President Trump said, as we told you, that Jimmy Kimmel should be fired. Should be fired. I still haven't seen this clip. Trump says he showed a fake video the day before the attack. He showed a fake video of the First Lady and our son Barron. And he said, our First Lady, Melania, is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mr. Trump, Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. And he called that a despicable call to violence by Jimmy Kimmel. And said he should be fired immediately. Simp Nasty Scream says, not very nice. Kyle Hamill says, turn the freaking channel. Dr. McRib says, hypocrisy. Cravon says, horrible thing to say. Me So Superfy says, enter your home, turn off the TV. Our viewer, Run DMT, says, I don't think Kimmel is funny, but he shouldn't be fired. Oh, he was doing a mock press dinner. Again, I have not seen the clip. Divine Bovine Time says it was a mock press dinner. I'll have to try to watch the clip a little later. I don't have the rights to show the clip. Hold on a second here. One moment. Okay. Hey, thanks also to, I thanked Katie Kubiak. I appreciate that. Okay. Now, I think stocks went up. Do I have that right? Let's see. The market is closed and stocks are, the Dow was down a little bit. S&P was up a little bit. Russell was basically even. It's pretty close to even. NASDAQ was up 0.2%. S&P was up like roughly 0.1%. Dow Jones down 0.1%. So not a big difference. Okay, hold on a second here. I'm going to have to make a little food. By the way, speaking of King Charles coming and for the U.S. state visit, Reuters points out that it's amid differences over the Iran war. President Trump welcomed King Charles, even as the U.S. president has differed with the British government over the Iran war. The state visit, by far the most high-profile and consequential of Charles's reign, marks the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Declaration of Independence from British rule and is the first to the U.S. by a British monarch in 2 decades. There is going to be a lavish state dinner at the White House, a Tuesday address to Congress, and a Wednesday stop in New York City. Differences over Iran. While Trump is an unabashed fan of the British royal family, who regularly describes Charles as a great man, he has had differences with the British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Starmer is hoping the visit will shore up the future of the two allies' special relationship, which is at the lowest point since the Suez Crisis in 1956. Trump has voiced deep displeasure with the British government for failing to support the offensive. This is interesting here. Look at down here. While Trump in recent days has eased his criticism of Britain over its response to the Iran war, an internal Pentagon email set out how the U.S. could review its position on Britain's claim to the Falkland Islands as punishment for its lack of support, further straining ties. One of our viewers, LCS Fox, says the Falklands belongs to Argentina. You can see here, the Falkland Islands is an archipelago in the South Atlantic Ocean. Controversy exists over their discovery and subsequent colonization by Europeans. In April 1982, Argentine forces invaded the islands. British administration was restored 2 months later at the end of the Falklands War. In a 2013 sovereignty referendum, almost all of the votes cast were in favor of remaining a UK overseas territory. The territory sovereignty status is part of an ongoing dispute between Argentina and the UK. The population is about 3,600 people, consisting of about 40% native-born Falkland Islanders, with the rest of the population being immigrants. I'm going to take off my headphones for the moment. Let's see here. Phoenix says, I've been there. It's not very impressive. That's what Phoenix said. Rick Moss thinks the only decision Starmer has got right is not getting involved in the bombing of Iran. It is interesting with the war now, we don't even have like a big deadline or anything. Right? There's no active deadline that I know about. All right, maybe what I should do. Gatto thinks the war is over? The war is over? I mean, the Strait of Hormuz is still blocked and by Iran, and then U.S. is still blockading Iran. B. Earhart says it's a waiting game. Tuna says the strait is still closed. It can't be over. Mal Kairu says, doesn't look like it's over from that map. Maybe what I will do, Cravon thinks nothing has happened in days with the war. The oil price has gone up. Over 108 Brent crude. I want to do more coverage. Martin said a certain tanker is sneaking by Hormuz. Sneaking? Are you sure it's sneaking by? Hold on. Michelle Dawson says the war is very much alive. Just wait until the king has gone home. David St. Clair thinks we've increased the assets during the ceasefire in the region. Oh, here's AB Victory Asphalt, our viewer mentioned. I can't find the ship that I was told to look at. That Martin Apollo mentioned. Oh, that's it right there. The AB Victory is a It's a asphalt slash bitumen. Is that what it's called? Tanker under the flag of Palau. Maybe it'll get out. A handful of ships have been going in and out each day, headed to Iraq, supposedly. Maybe it'll get out. You can see right there, AB Victory. Had gone up, then it turned. Now it's going this way. But it's slow, very slow speed, 1.8 knots right now. Okay, let's David Joe Klotz says this war cannot end until the enriched uranium is secured at a minimum. That's the thing. I know that there's not active fighting between the U.S. and Iran going on, but Iran is blockaded by the U.S. Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz. They still have their enriched uranium. They still have not committed to not enriching in the future. Justified Agent says the price of fish and chips in the UK has gone up. So why don't I just take I'm going to take about 5 minutes here and put some food in the air fryer. Molly Morgan says it's far from over. I'll be once I eat something, I'll be a little better because I haven't really eaten much today. I need to eat. But let me take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. How does that sound? So give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming back and we'll continue our live coverage. thank you for your patience. I am making some food so I can eat and keep the stream going. We're gonna talk more about the war. Thanks, I am Charlie, by the way, for your support, and be taking more of your comments. Let's see here. Sorry. I thought I saw something, but I didn't see something. Our viewer Kaylee Brown mentioned something. I should mention that. I don't know that we'll cover this. Yeah, there's been tornado warnings in Missouri. So Kaylee Brown mentioned this, that I appreciate Kaylee mentioning this, that the National Weather Service had posted a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch for parts of Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee until 11 p.m. Central Time. I'm guessing some of you might be watching some of the specialized weather channels. We do cover weather stuff sometimes, but for the moment I'm covering this. If I hear of big news, I can break in. It reminds me of something I need to do. But I'll keep an eye on things. So thanks, Kaylee, for mentioning that. So I try to go. I also haven't even checked a couple other things. Where did that go? I usually check a bunch of Middle Eastern sources. I'll be checking that as well. But it seems like, something's going to happen eventually with the war, because it can't just stay like this for weeks and weeks, although you never know. But let me mention one other thing here. Hang on. Why am I not signed in here? That guy, Alex, thinks it's going to be 100% like this, or fighting for weeks. Well, I mean with no fighting. I mean just nothing, with just ceasefire, but the Strait of Hormuz closed and U.S. blockading Iran. How long can that situation go on for? Jonathan Scanlon thinks the longer Trump waits, the stronger Iran gets. I think he's making a bad decision by stalling so much. We have viewers saying both things. We have some viewers saying that it's better for the U.S. To keep the blockade on for longer and put pressure on Iran. We have seen both kind of comments. Hold on. Give me about 15 seconds. Hang on. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on. My food's going to be done soon, but then we're going to, after I eat, if nothing happens while I eat, we'll come back and we'll talk more about the war and other stuff. Marcus G. thinks the longer the blockade is on, it totally collapses Iran. Miami Vice Frantic says, when will countries start running out of critical resources? You mean, or have shortages? I mean, a lot of countries are having a lot of very difficult times with what's happening even so far. Now, my food's going to be done very shortly and I'll eat, but I am going to keep the coverage going. Oh, there is a video released by Margot Martin of the president and the first lady walking on the South Lawn with King Charles and Queen Camilla to visit the new beehive. Look, give me about 15 more seconds. They're visiting the beehive. You don't really get to see the beehive in the video. John Rocker says, Israel bombing Lebanon daily, what ceasefire? That's a different ceasefire. That's between Israel and Lebanon. And specifically, it's supposed to be between Israel and Hezbollah. But that doesn't seem to be holding very well. Although officially, I think it's still in effect. That's a whole other thing. We can talk about that more when I get back. So what I'm going to do, M- is upset that there's no beehive footage. What I'm going to do is I'm about to eat. What's happening here? Hang on. Do you want me to put the UN Security Council is talking about maritime safety, guys? I can put that on as well while I'm eating to give you something else. Should I put that up and the map? What if I do this? Hold on. Watch if I do this. Maritime safety? Well, with this, but I don't know if they're going to discuss, some of it's going to not be about Iran. It says the Strait of Hormuz is likely to be discussed. What are they talking about right now? Let's see.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La delegación de la República del Paraguay agradece la oportunidad de tomar la palabra y felicita a la presidencia de Bahrein por la realización de esta reunión. Consideramos que las vías navegables y el derecho marítimo son temas de la más alta relevancia. Señor presidente, la
All right, I can put it on in the corner. Do you want me to put it on? I'll put it on in the corner. Let me do that while I'm eating. And you can listen to that. I know for whatever reason, this broadcast I have right here does not have all the English translation. I don't think this one is too. Can I hear this? No. All right. So for the moment, some of the speakers will be in English, some won't. But what I'm going to do is, I really need to eat. So let me, if you give me a second here. I'm going to put this like in a little box here, right? And I'll put UN Security Council above it. There's that. And I'll put over here and we'll put this live UN Security Council there. Okay, so I will keep an eye on, by the way, thanks to I Am Charlie again. I think I thanked I Am Charlie before, but thank you again. So I am keeping an eye on everything while I'm eating, but I'm going to go eat right now, and I'm going to leave the stream up. And if something huge happens while I am eating, I will rush back in here. If not, I'll come back in and we'll do some more coverage. We'll do some more coverage when I get back here. Okay, so I'll keep an eye out. Appreciate everybody watching. Again, we're going to leave the stream up and give me a little bit to go eat, and I'll come back after I eat. All right, we'll see you in a few.
A tal grado que el Paraguay es el único país en desarrollo sin litoral marítimo que cuenta con un juez en el Tribunal Internacional del Derecho del Mar. Por estos motivos, para la República del Paraguay, el cierre del Estrecho de Hormuz por medio de ataques y o amenazas a los buques que permanezcan navegando por dicho cruce es ilegítima e ilegal. Tener secuestrados en alta mar a dichos buques bajo cualquier pretexto atenta contra el derecho internacional, los derechos humanos de las tripulaciones y socavan gravemente la seguridad y prosperidad mundiales. Señor presidente, estimados colegas, reiteramos el llamado a la apertura inmediata sin obstáculos ni condiciones del estrecho y al respeto del derecho internacional. Muchas gracias.
The representative of Paraguay for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Estonia.
President, we thank Bahrain for bringing this critical issue before the Security Council and the briefers for their invaluable insight. Estonia aligns itself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union and would like to add the following in its national capacity. Freedom at sea is not freedom from law. It is freedom anchored in law. Freedom of navigation can no longer be taken for granted. Estonia is acutely aware of these threats, not only in our Baltic Sea region, but globally. This issue demands increased focus, particularly from the Security Council. To defend international peace and security, we must ensure a united response. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is the cornerstone of international maritime law. Today's challenges, including the shadow fleet and threats to critical underwater infrastructure, call for responsible interpretation and enforcement. Where accountability weakens, substandard ships thrive, environmental and security risks rise, and our shared maritime space becomes more vulnerable. First, the shadow fleet. In our maritime area, these vessels predominantly transport Russian goods, routinely evading the environmental and minimum safety standards set by the International Maritime Organization. This practice poses clear risks to maritime safety and the marine environment, while also eroding trust in the rules-based order. When a vessel belongs to no one, accountability quietly slips overboard. Second, critical underwater infrastructure, submarine cables and pipelines, forms the nervous system of our modern world. Recent damage to the undersea cables in the Estonian and Finnish waters underscores the urgency of stronger surveillance and protection. Third, blocking the Strait of Hormuz carries severe consequences for the global economy. Free and safe navigation must be upheld in line with international law. Estonia was proud to be among the historic 135 co-sponsors of Security Council Resolution 2817. It is therefore deeply regrettable that the Security Council was subsequently unable to fulfill its charter-mandated role and adopt a follow-on resolution on safeguarding international shipping in the Strait. President, the answer lies in what we already have. UNCLOS gives us the tools. We must use them fully and apply the convention as it was intended, a living, dynamic foundation for peace, security, and cooperation at sea. Thank you.
The representative of Estonia for the statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lamberdinis, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and please allow me to thank you personally and Bahrain for putting this critical issue on the agenda of the Security Council. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union's member states. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Georgia, as well as Andorra and San Marino, aligned themselves with this statement. Mr. President, maritime security is under growing pressure worldwide. Our shared dependence on maritime routes for global trade, energy supply, and economic and food stability makes the security of the seas a matter of collective responsibility. Today, 80 to 90% of international trade is transported by sea. Any disruption has immediate and far-reaching global consequences, particularly for the most vulnerable. Recent developments underline the urgency of our discussions. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz has demonstrated how quickly instability can disrupt global shipping, affecting supply chains far beyond the region. We urge all involved to cease all military operations and fully ensure freedom of navigation, as well as free and safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. We cannot disregard maritime tensions in other areas, including the South China Sea, as they equally hinder critical shipping routes while challenging the rule-based international order. The European Union reaffirms its unwavering commitment to freedom of navigation and international law. The EU and its member states remain strongly committed to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which sets out the universal and unified legal framework within which all activities in oceans and seas must be carried out. Its provisions reflect customary international law and are thus binding on all states, irrespective of whether they have acceded to the Convention or not. Disputes must be resolved peacefully in accordance with international law. The protection of critical maritime infrastructure is also an urgent priority. Recent incidents against submarine cables, including in the Baltic Sea, have highlighted their vulnerability. We must strengthen international cooperation to respond to threats and work together towards developing norms and practices to enhance the protection of this infrastructure. Mr. President, the EU is deeply concerned by the risks shadow fleet vessels posed to the marine environment, to critical maritime infrastructure, to safe navigation, and to coastal communities, while also contributing to sustaining Russia's war economy and sanctions evasion. Addressing this challenge requires coordinated international action, including ongoing work within the International Maritime Organization. Last December, the EU and member states adopted a declaration on making full use of the international law of the sea framework relating to threats from the shadow fleet and to the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. Traditional maritime threats, dear colleagues, also persist. Piracy, trafficking, and transnational organized crime continue to undermine security and development, notably in regions such as the Gulf of Guinea and the northwestern Indian Ocean. The EU's engagement is comprehensive and operational. Through its naval operations in the Mediterranean, Irini, in the Red Sea, Aspides, in the Horn of Africa and Western Indian Ocean, Atalanta, as well as through coordinated maritime presences in the Gulf of Guinea, the EU provides a predictable and cooperative framework that enhances maritime domain awareness, information sharing, and joint responses to threats. We also invest significantly in capacity building and partnerships. EU-funded maritime security projects and initiatives, including the European Peace Facility, support regional maritime security architectures, improve coordination, and strengthen the operational capacities of our partners. These efforts add up to over €100 million annually in Africa alone. President, Resolutions 2817 and 2722 demonstrate the UN Security Council's key role in reinforcing global efforts towards ensuring maritime safety and security. It is essential that the Security Council remain seized of the matter. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Lamberdinis for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the Bahraini President for convening this important meeting on maritime security. My gratitude also goes to Secretary General Guterres, IMO Secretary General Dominguez, and Mr. Lick Charles for their insightful briefings. Today, the escalating tensions in Strait of Hormuz serve as a stark reminder of how maritime instability can trigger global crises, shaking the foundations of global economy, including energy, industrial, and food security. To address these complex challenges, the Republic of Korea calls for an agile and coordinated response based on the following three priorities. First, we must uphold a maritime order anchored in international law, specifically UN Convention on Law of Sea. We underscore that no state should be able to decide which vessels may pass through international waterways where all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit passage, nor should they impose arbitrary charges. By the same token, the threats and attacks posed by the non-state actors against the sea lanes and commercial vessels are unacceptable. Second, we must prioritize the peaceful settlement of maritime disputes through diplomacy. In this regard, we commend the mediation efforts of many countries in the region, as well as the tireless work of the Secretary General's personal envoy for the Middle East in facilitating dialogue and de-escalation. Third, the safety of seafarers and merchant vessels, the backbone of global commerce, must be protected. Attacks on civilians at sea would constitute a violation of international law, including international humanitarian law. Seafarers must never be collateral victims of armed conflict. In this regard, the Republic of Korea fully supports the IMO's initiative to establish an evacuation and safe passage framework for vessels and seafarers. Mr. President, as a major maritime nation whose prosperity is inextricably linked to the sea, the Republic of Korea is committed to playing its part in addressing the threat to global maritime security. In this spirit, the Republic of Korea is actively participating in the Maritime Navigation Initiative in Strait of Hormuz, led by the United Kingdom and France. We remain firm in our resolve to work with all member states to ensure that our ocean remains safe, open, and secure for all. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the representative of Mauritania.
سيد الرئيس، يود وفد بلادي في البداية أن يهنئ مملكة البحرين الشقيقة على الرئاسة الناجحة لمجلس الأمن لشهر إبريل الجاري. فرغم التحديات والأزمات العديدة التي يعرفها العالم اليوم، بما في ذلك الأعمال العسكرية التي شهدتها منطقة الشرق الأوسط في الأسابيع الأخيرة، فقد تميزت رئاسة البحرين للمجلس بالعمل النشيط والمتواصل من أجل توجيه المجلس نحو التنفيذ الفعال لولايته في حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين. وفي هذا الإطار يأتي انعقاد هذا النقاش المفتوح حول أمن وحماية المجاري المائية الدولية في المجال البحري. تمتلك بلاد موريتانيا واجهة بحرية على المحيط الأطلس تمتد إلى مسافة 750 كيلومتر، ومنطقة اقتصادية خالصة تبلغ مساحتها 243 ألف كيلومتر، بالإضافة لتقاسمها لمجال البحر في الجزر البعيدة في المحيط الأطلس بواقع 170 ميلا بحريا. وهي أسباب تجعل من أمن الملاحة وحماية المجال البحري مسألة استراتيجية بالنسبة لبلدي، ويجعلنا نؤكد على الدور المحوري لقواعد القانون الدولي والأعراف الدولية المرعية في المجال، وعلى أهمية أن يواصل مجلس الأمن ممارسة صلاحياته في مجال حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين على ضوء المخاطر والتحديات التي يواجهها أمن الملاحة الدولية، وتحديدا ما يتعلق بحقوق الإبحار وحرية التنقل والتزايد المتصاعد في الجهات التي تتعرض لها السفن التجارية في عرض البحر، مما يحد من انسيابية الحركة في البحر وخلال المرور من المضائق البحرية. كل هذه التحديات تجعل دور مجلس الأمن ضروريا أكثر من أي وقت مضى. إن هذه التحديات بالإضافة للتحديات التقليدية مثل التهريب والقرصنة والأنشطة الغير القانونية الأخرى لا تؤثر فقط على الأمن والاستقرار في العالم، ولكن على الاقتصاد والحركة التجارية والإمداد بالطاقة. فالممرات البحرية الدولية هي ركيزة أساسية في هذه العملية، لا تعرف عبور الآلاف السفن التي تنقل السلع ومواد الطاقة بين القارات. إنها مناسبة للتأكيد مجددا على القواعد القانونية الدولية التي تحكم هذا المجال، وتحدد بشكل لا لبس فيه حقوق وواجبات الدول، وتحديدا الدول الساحلية، كما تحدد حقوق والتزامات الدول التي تتبع لها السفن خلال عبور البحار والمناطق والممرات الملاحية، وهو ما ينطبق على مضيق هرمز الذي يعد أحد أكثر الممرات البحرية حساسة في العالم، نظرا لمرور نسبة كبيرة من الصادرات النفط العالمية عبره. وفي هذا الإطار يجدر التذكير بأن اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة للقانون البحار لعام 1982 أكدت احتفاظ السفن بحقوق موسعة في عبور المضائق والممرات البحرية الواقعة بين الدول الساحلية. فقد أقرت المادة 38 من الاتفاقية مبدأ المرور العابر بين أجزاء أعالي البحار وبين المناطق الاقتصادية الخالصة التابعة للدول المختلفة، وتبقى للدول الساحلية حقوقا تنظيمية تتعلق فقط بتنظيم مرور السفن وتنظيم الصيد وتخفيف التلوث، دون أي حق في إعاقة أو اعتراض السفن. هذا بالإضافة لحق المرور البري في البحر الإقليمي والمنطقة المتاخة التي أقرت اتفاقية جنيف لعام 1958 واتفاقية عام 1982 في مادتها 17. سيد الرئيس، تجدد بلاد موريتانيا تمسكها ودعوتها لجميع الدول الأعضاء إلى التمسك واحترام هذه الحقوق والالتزام التي تشكل أيضا جزءا أصيلا من القانون الدولي العرفي، كما تدعو أعضاء المجلس الموقرين إلى إيلاء الموضوع الأهمية التي يستحق بوصفها مسألة تهديد للسلم والأمن الدوليين، وأشكركم سيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of Djibouti for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية أود أن أتقدم بالشكر لمملكة البحرين على عقد هذه الجلسة الهامة حول سلامة وحماية الممرات المائية في المجال البحري، وكذلك لا يسعني إلا أن أشكر الأمين العام على مداخلتي صباح هذا اليوم وعلى مقدمي الإفادات على إفاداتهم. سيد الرئيس، لقد شهدنا في الآونة الأخيرة تصاعدا مقلقا في التهديدات التي تستهدف الملاحة البحرية، وفي هذا الصدد نشير إلى أن أي تهديد أو عرقلة للملاحة في الممرات المائية والمضائق الدولية لا ينعكس فقط على دولة معينة أو إقليم معين، بل يحدث آثارا متسلسلة وعميقة على الاقتصاد العالمي. وهنا نجدد التأكيد على أهمية احترام قواعد القانون الدولي، وخاصة اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار لعام 82 التي تمثل الإطار القانوني الشامل الذي ينظم استخدام البحار والمحيطات ويكفل حقوق وواجبات الدول، بما في ذلك حرية الملاحة والمرور الآمن في المضائق المستخدمة للملاحة الدولية. كما نشير إلى ما أكده مجلس الأمن في قراره رقم 552 بشأن أهمية احترام حرية الملاحة في الممرات المائية الدولية، ورفض أي أعمال تهدد سلامة السفن التجارية أو تعيق انسياب التجارة الدولية. ونؤكد كذلك على مضامين قرار مجلس الأمن رقم 2817 الذي شدد على ضرورة التصدي للتهديدات الإيرانية التي تستهدف الملاحة البحرية، بما في ذلك الهجمات على السفن والبنية التحتية البحرية. ختاما، نؤكد أن حماية الممرات المائية مسؤولية مشتركة تقع على عاتق المجتمع الدولي بأسره، وأن ضمان سلامتها يتطلب إرادة سياسية صادقة واحتراما متبادلا بين الدول والتزاما راسخا بقواعد القانون الدولي. ويجدد الأردن دعمه لكل الجهود الرامية إلى تعزيز أمن وسلامة الملاحة البحرية، بما يسهم في تحقيق السلم والاستقرار الدوليين ويعزز تحقيق التنمية. شكرا سيدي.
Of Jordan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for convening this important and timely debate. Croatia aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union on behalf of its member states, and I would like to add a few points in my national capacity. As we witness today, the maritime security is not a mere segment of social, political, and economic stability, but a prerequisite for it, and as such, a global imperative. Recent developments in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as threats concerning the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and the Red Sea, clearly illustrate this point. As a coastal and maritime nation with its Adriatic coastline, whose ports provide the shortest sea route to the heart of Europe, Croatia is directly affected by disruptions in the maritime domain, impacting our national security, economic resilience, and the stability of the wider Mediterranean. Such disruptions affect not only our ports and economy, but also the safety of our seafarers. More than 15,000 Croatian seafarers serve in international navigation, around 0.4% of our total population, placing Croatia among Europe's leading maritime nations. This is especially relevant today as tens of thousands of seafarers worldwide remain stranded in affected areas, highlighting the human dimension of the crisis. At present, 172 Croatian seafarers are in the Strait of Hormuz. Improving the safety of waterways requires full respect for international law, in particular the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which remains the overarching legal framework for all activities at sea. Respect for UNCLOS, including the right to freedom of navigation, is essential for global trade, stability, and security. The International Maritime Organization plays a central role in setting global standards, and its capacity and authority should be further strengthened. Regional initiatives are also important. The Three Seas Initiative, linking the Baltic, Black, and Adriatic Seas, adds a strategic layer to Europe's maritime security by strengthening connectivity, energy security, and digital transformation. Croatia currently presides over this initiative and will host its summit and business forum in Dubrovnik tomorrow and the day after, on April 28th and 29th. Croatia also contributes to EU maritime operations, including EU NAVFOR Somalia Atalanta and EU NAVFOR Med Irini. Mr. President, only a genuine multilateral approach can reduce risks to global shipping and the maritime environment. The Security Council has a critical role in supporting de-escalation, promoting respect for international law, and safeguarding freedom of navigation. Croatia remains ready to work with partners to ensure secure and open maritime routes. Through cooperation, dialogue, and consistent respect for international law, we can keep vital waterways open, safe, and conducive to long-term peace and stability. I thank you.
The representative of Croatia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Poland.
Mr. President, thank you for convening today's timely debate on maritime security, aligning itself with the statements delivered by the European Union. For Poland, maritime security starts with safe navigation, but today the very foundation of that is under attack. When freedom of navigation is compromised, the resilience of the global economy and the integrity of international law begin to crumble. From the Strait of Hormuz to the Baltic Sea, we are witnessing a dangerous shift. The world's most vital trade routes are being transformed into arenas of warfare. Those are no longer regional issues. The consequences are global, with the most severe impact on the least developed countries and vulnerable societies. Mr. President, Poland is concerned about the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, but there are no shortcuts here. Only a sustained de-escalation and a diplomatic solution can ensure lasting security. As a maritime nation, we support all peaceful mechanisms aimed at protecting international shipping, global trade, and resilience of the supply chains. We welcome the initiative by the Secretary General to establish a task force to develop a diplomatic path for restoring the flow of fertilizers and humanitarian goods through the Strait of Hormuz. We express readiness to support this work and remain open to other relevant international initiatives. At the same time, Poland remains deeply alarmed by the activities of the Russian shadow fleet, or so-called clunker fleet. This is not just a fleet of old tankers. It is a floating financial lifeline for Putin's war machine and a deliberate tool for circumventing international sanctions. In the Baltic Sea, Russia has turned the seabed into a hybrid battlefield. Sabotaging undersea cables and energy pipelines has become a low-cost and high-impact instrument for Moscow, used to intimidate sovereign nations under the guise of plausible deniability. The European Union has already sanctioned nearly 600 vessels and entities related to the shadow fleet. We encourage broader international alignment with these efforts and increased pressure. Enhanced coordination and information sharing, including within the United Nations framework, would be extremely useful in this regard. We also stress the importance of supporting flag states in building adequate maritime oversight capacities while recalling their responsibilities under the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Finally, we see value in strengthening global maritime governance through the International Maritime Organization, particularly in enhancing transparency in vessel registration and ensuring more effective compliance with existing rules. Mr. President, maritime security is about safeguarding the foundations of the international stability. Accountability is non-negotiable. Those who weaponize the seas and undermine the law of the sea must face consequences, including through restrictive measures. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland for the statement. The representative of China has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
主席，日本代表在其发言中妄议东海、南海局势，有关说法完全是颠倒黑白。当前，东海、南海局势保持总体稳定，南海是世界上最自由的航道之一。反倒是日方近来派自卫队舰艇进入台湾海峡，耀武扬威，蓄意挑衅，给台独分裂势力发出严重错误信号，暴露出日方一些人企图武力介入台海，破坏台海和平稳定的图谋。 二战时，日本曾对东海、南海周边国家实施侵略和殖民统治，负有严重历史罪责。日本应该认真反思历史，谨言慎行，而不是到处炫耀武力，破坏稳定。主席，历史上日本军国主义的惯用伎俩，就是通过制造外部威胁，煽动民族主义，绑架国家机器，对外发动侵略战争。如今，日本右翼势力不但从未认真悔改，反而在涉及中国台湾、二战历史和军事安全等问题上，挑衅冒险举动频频。日本首相高市早苗去年发表错误涉台言论，给中日关系带来严重冲击。近期日本官员、政客多次前往参拜供奉有二战甲级战犯的靖国神社，企图为侵略战争和战犯翻案，进而挑战东京审判定论和战后国际秩序。日本右翼势力通过修改宪法等手段，不断推动日本安保政策朝着进攻性、扩张性的方向转变，妄图通过重整军工复合体，加速日本再军事化。日本放宽杀伤性武器出口，部署进攻性导弹，大幅扩充军费，放风放弃无核三原则，为军事扩张铺路的意图昭然若揭。主席，今年是东京审判开庭80周年，这场审判判定了日本军国主义及军国分子发动和实施侵略战争相关罪行，捍卫了历史真相、国际公义和人类尊严。80年后的今天，日本新型军国主义乘势为患，威胁世界和平稳定。国际社会应坚决予以反击，绝不能允许日本军国主义死灰复燃。对欧盟代表，我愿提醒他，避免在南海问题上发表不符合事实和不负责任的言论。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for the statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for the meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until Wednesday, 29th of April at 10 a.m. This meeting is suspended.
Hey, it's Steve. I just need a couple more minutes here. I am almost done. I just need a couple more minutes. So let me just take this off there. And okay, so a couple more minutes. I will be back in a few, and we'll continue our coverage in a few. We are back. Wow. All right. Thank you for sticking with us. Thanks, by the way, Matthew Felty and Kerry Poteet and Stephen Briones for your support. We're going to talk more about the war. Excuse me. What is going on, guys, with the war? Negotiations seem to be kind of stalled out. Let's talk about that. Iran offers to reopen Strait of Hormuz if U.S. lifts blockade and the war ends. Six Wheelan says Iran is not willing to talk. Well, we're hearing this report today, but Magna Carta thinks Iran ghosted Kushner and Witkoff in Pakistan. David Joe Klotz thinks Iran only negotiates when they sees a way of cheating. Cravon says no nukes, no deal. Chucky says sounds reasonable. I don't know if Chucky is joking. The Rocky says trying to get U.S. to loosen its advantage. Evelyn in Maine says Iran is just regrouping. TE88 thinks Iran came crawling back as predicted by Trump, and Trump shut them down. Hey, thank you, TE88. That's very kind of you. I just need to adjust the temperature here. Give me about 10 seconds. Hold on. Oh, you can't hear me. Hold on. I have to make it. It got a little. The weather got a little more warm in Boston. I need about 10 more seconds to just adjust the temperature a little bit. Hold on. Okay, let's do this. You can see AP says, Iran offered to end its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. lifts its blockade on the country and ends the war, in a proposal that would postpone discussions on Iran's nuclear program. Tim says they did. U.S. President Trump seems unlikely to accept this offer. The U.S. blockade is preventing Iran from selling its oil, designed to, depriving it of crucial revenue while also potentially creating a situation where Tehran has to shut off production because it has nowhere to store oil, which could create its own problems. The Strait's closure has also put pressure on Trump as oil and gasoline prices have skyrocketed ahead of crucial midterm elections, and it has pressured his Gulf allies, which use the waterway to export their oil and gas. I am looking at oil prices. I am seeing right now Brent crude is above 108. It is approaching as high as it's been during the war. It's gotten to at least around 113 or so, but it's getting close. U.S. WTI crude is currently about 96. Before the war, it was roughly 64. You can see the spot price of Brent crude today, the international standard, was trading at about $109 per barrel, about 50% higher than when the war began. Now, this was interesting. The German chancellor, the German leader, Friedrich Merz, today criticized the U.S. for going into the war with what he said was no strategy. He said the problems with conflicts like these is always the same. It's not just about getting in, you also have to get out. The Iran foreign minister today met with President Putin in Russia. The foreign minister told a Russian state TV reporter that the U.S. and its leaders have achieved none of their goals in the war. That's why they asked for negotiation. He said, "We are now considering it." I mean, maybe there's stuff happening under the, out of view and not reported. But right now, we're not seeing anything about that suggests a deal is happening anytime soon. Audrey Burbank says, glad oil is not as high as everyone thought it would be. We'll have to see what happens. It is up about 20% in the last 10 days or so. Will it keep going up without a solution to this? It certainly could. Sunshine thinks Trump is using the reserves to control oil prices. True RC thinks Trump wants a deal better than Obama's, but it won't happen. Karen Lincoln says Trump is making Iran suffer like Cuba. Great idea. Avoidzia says there are other Gulf oil countries that have nowhere to store their oil. A number of other Gulf countries have cut production because of this. Daisy says if Iran gives up their nuclear program and uranium, this will be over. But no sign that they're going to do that now. Six Wheelan thinks Iran has zero bargaining power. They can't demand anything. It's weird. I started to notice the last couple days as we look at the marine traffic, ship tracking map of the Strait of Hormuz, marine traffic, the ship tracking and marine analytics provider. At marinetraffic.com, you can check them out. I started to notice the last couple days that I would go to like a newspaper or a major news outlet, their website, and sometimes you had to search to find the Iran stories. They're no longer at the top, And then, obviously the White House attack has been a big story and stuff, but it's just because stuff hasn't really changed much the last few days. But the the U.S. forces are all there. They haven't left. And the strait is still closed. And the U.S. blockade is still on. Sourbog Bubble says Trump's winning if the stories are hiding. Well, the gas prices are still up. So it's kind of a strange situation. Dude Dealey, if I read that right, says gas prices are going up is the big story. The current, give me a moment here. According to AAA, the average fuel price is $4.11. $4.11. That's according to AAA's national average. At the end of February, it was $2.98. February 26th was $2.98. And now, 2 months later, it's $4.11. Now, Low Dontel says it usually goes up during the summer gas. That I don't know about. Pizza Sub says, I'm looking forward to $5. Hey, that sounds like a good poll question. So the current will average U.S. gas price reach $5 a gallon? Now is $4.11. Okay, I'm going to ask that right now. That's a good poll. Now, Steven says, I paid $6.19 yesterday. So we're talking about the average price. I mean, I know some people pay more and less. Sourbog says $3.99 to $4.09 in my area. Where I am, I believe it's around the low fours. I mean, again, it varies depending on what kind of gas you're purchasing and all that. But I believe the AAA number is for, I think it's for, what is it, regular unleaded, I'm assuming. Their natural price is $4.11. Hold on. I got to post a poll on Facebook. And remember, the last couple of days, oil has gone up, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it go up more. Okay, so we have our poll underway, and because we do, we can show you this. Here we go. Think about it, our gas poll question. Sunshine said it's around $4 in my location. Simp says that was me thinking. North Washington Corey says $4.99. Zing Dinglings, a 632 in SoCal. I believe sometimes they have some more expensive gas there. All right. So what I'm going to do, oh, what happened here? Why did that not work? Okay. Poll results. Let's see. Let's check them out. I said, will average gas price reach $5 a gallon? I think it was $2.98 at the start of the war. It is now $4.11, according to AAA. YouTube, 70% say yes. That's up a bunch more. Right now, people just started voting on Facebook, but everybody so far has voted yes. How about on Twitch? %78% on Twitch. River King says yes. Johnny B. Good paid $3.37 for regular unleaded right off I-20 in East Texas. Hey, thanks to Killa for the gift subs. That's very nice of you. Killa 4678 on Twitch. Also thanks to Rashco for subscribing. Oh, thank you, Gleggy. I just saw Gleggy's post. Sorry, Gleggy. Oops, I just messed up. Did I mess something up here? No, I didn't. I don't know if Gleggy's still watching, but yeah, remember on the marine traffic, red is tankers and green is cargo ships. And circle means it's stopped and triangle means it's in motion. Thank you so much, Gleggy. Oh, I should mention, since we were last on the air, it is now a new week. We're in week 9. Week 9 of the war, guys. Week 9. Pizza Sub thinks only 2 more weeks? Thank you, Joe South Oz, for being a member. I appreciate you voting in the poll. So most of you think it's going to $5 average a gallon. On Facebook, it turned out to be 65% yes. Castle Keeper says short excursion. Periodically, there have been articles floating around about the costs of food going up and the risk to the cost of food. For example, the Financial Times 6 days ago said Hormuz disruption raises risk of global food shock. About a third of seaborne fertilizer trade goes through the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. Fuel going up affects every product because of transportation. Says, somebody just said that. NTOOG. There was an article, I think, yesterday I saw. Let's see. Yeah, there was an article actually like a few days ago in the Financial Times. If you want to read it, it's called "The Last Thing We Needed: U.S. Farmers Hit by Spiraling Prices Due to Iran War." And they talk about how fertilizer has really gone up. They're talking about impact on U.S. farmers. It's a very important source for fertilizer. Stuff being shipped out of the Persian Gulf, but it can't get out there. Can't get out of there now. For example, Financial Times points out that the countries affected by the Strait of Hormuz's closure, they would normally account for about half of global exports of urea, which is the most widely traded nitrogen fertilizer. Also, the Financial Times points out that farm diesel fuel, which powers things like tractors and fertilizer spreaders on farms, that has gone up 46% since the end of February. Corey believes farms are switching to hydrogen. I haven't seen that. I'm not saying you're false. I just haven't seen it. Haley Girl says, I live in rural Nebraska. Definitely the talk around here lately. I'm a good goy says, people seem to forget about the fertilizer part. Very concerning indeed. Oh, that's interesting. Hey, thanks, Matthew Felty. I appreciate it. Matthew points out that there appears to be a tanker here. I'm thinking maybe some sort of GPS spoofing going on. You know, yeah, that's not where that is. I don't think. So, oh, I think I know what this is. I don't even know, actually. This is all estimated position. This is not. Oh, no, it somehow tracked it here. Yeah, that's weird. So it was last here, and then I don't know if this ship is just putting out a false signal or something. I mean, look at it. It says on land here, too. All right, well, this is clearly messed up. I mean, this is the past track for this ship, and it has it on land all this time. What ship is this? Elva? I don't know what's messed up with that. It seems it's an oil tanker. It is an oil tanker. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that one. Doesn't seem like the right position, but it seems like it's been having weird positions for a while now. UAE destination. I don't know if it's trying to avoid the blockade or something or what. Or to move around without Iran seeing it. It could be trying to avoid Iran. I don't know. I can't tell you, but I don't think it was over land all that time. It's the Elva. Yeah, Timmett says it gets its oil directly from the source on land. Anyway, so that's interesting. Spook says it's one of those car boats. Car oil tankers? Oh, I think I have another article with something about fertilizer. Hold on. Hang on a moment here. Where did this go? Look, Reuters. This is from today. Iran war fertilizer squeeze could spell trouble for next year's grain harvest. They say, we were just talking about this, farmers around the world are facing the second surge in fertilizer prices in 4 years due to the Iran war. But with grain prices too low to cushion the blow from the deeper supply crunch this time around, many are rethinking planting plans, putting global food production at risk. The Middle East is a leading fertilizer production hub, which we've discussed. Much of the global fertilizer trade typically passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Supplies of urea, a nitrogen-based fertilizer from the world's largest production facility in Qatar, have been halted, and flows of sulfur and ammonia, common inputs for a range of fertilizers, have also been curbed. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just give you a little sense of it. Analysts, traders, and fertilizer producers and agronomists are looking back at the last supply crisis, Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, worried that this time things could get even worse. Some farmers are paying more, but such price levels are beyond the reach of many, analysts say. Oh, also, this is interesting. In 2022, high global grain prices helped farmers offset the steep increase in input costs caused by the Ukraine war. But ample harvests of grains and oilseeds in recent years have restrained crop prices. For example, Chicago wheat prices are roughly half of what they were 4 years ago. As a result, many growers today lack the revenue to absorb ballooning fertilizer bills. Nitrogen-based fertilizers, such as urea, must be applied each season for many crops and directly influence annual yields, as well as quality parameters. Also, oops, sorry about that. If you look at the bottom of the article, it says Australia may offer an early indication of the impact on production of global staples. In the breadbasket state of Western Australia, one industry group now expects the wheat planting area to drop by 14% as growers shift away from the fertilizer-intensive, low-margin grain. Farmers still growing wheat may simply cut fertilizer application rates. If we see a drop-off in application rates of fertilizer in Australia, and we start seeing expected yields come down because of this, it could be quite an ominous sign for what's in store for everybody else, said Matthew Biggin, commodities analyst. So this is something to keep an eye on. We don't really talk about it much. I don't see it talked about that much. Hoagie says each season on corn. By the way, thanks Chris Renfro. Thank you, Chris Renfro, and thanks for being a member. Cece says, my garden is set up, just need rain. I haven't even been checking enough today Iran state media. Oh, we should also talk about how there's fighting going on in Lebanon now. Israel today said it struck Hezbollah targets. This is while there's supposed to be a ceasefire going on in Israel. I mean, in Lebanon. I'll show you. Here, look. This is from Israel. So this is during a ceasefire. There is a ceasefire. It just got extended, like, what was it, last week? Wasn't it extended by 3 weeks or something? I think it was originally supposed to go till yesterday, but got extended by 3 weeks. IDF strikes over 20 Hezbollah terror infrastructure sites in Bekaa Valley and southern Lebanon. Bekaa isn't in southern Lebanon. Throughout the day, the IDF, it says, struck over 20 terror infrastructure sites in the Bekaa Valley in several areas in southern Lebanon, including weapons storage facilities and launch sites belonging to the Hezbollah terror organization. So I don't know how long that ceasefire is going to last. Doesn't seem to be doing too well. NTO says we can thank Israel for continuing the war. Fiona Diamond says the strait does not look very open. Hang on, I'll try to show you some more about that. If I can. It's weird. Hold on. Where can I find here? Yeah, I mean, this was a post this morning. Look. Israeli strikes hit East Lebanon. That's Bekaa Valley. Expanding scope despite ceasefire. Reuters says the Israeli military began carrying out strikes in eastern Lebanon today, expanding the scope of its bombing campaign during a ceasefire that has failed to fully halt hostilities with Lebanese armed group Hezbollah. This was the first time that Bekaa Valley had been hit since the U.S. brokered ceasefire came into force on April 16th. That ceasefire has significantly reduced the pace of attacks without entirely stopping the exchanges of fire. Israel has continued to carry out strikes across southern Lebanon, and its troops are occupying a strip of the country's south, destroying homes they describe as infrastructure being used by Hezbollah. Hezbollah, meanwhile, backed by Iran, has kept up its drone and rocket attacks against Israeli troops in Lebanon and on northern Israel. The war has deepened differences among people in Lebanon, says Reuters, who are divided over Hezbollah's arms and over prospective peace talks with Israel. Hezbollah fiercely opposes direct negotiations with Israel. Hang on. Billy Joe thinks Israel is losing their standing with the American people, and that could result in less funding in the future. Now, Israel, by the way, has said, we've talked about this, they have said that that Hezbollah has violated the ceasefire. They have done this before where they post about this and they say that, you know, we attacked Hezbollah because they violated the ceasefire. See if I can find something here. Yeah, so like back on April 23rd, they said, it's from the IDF on April 23rd. Hezbollah ceasefire violation. 2 armed terrorists were identified approaching IDF soldiers, posing an immediate threat in the area of Ainata on southern Lebanon. The terrorists were eliminated in order to remove the threat. So they say that was a ceasefire violation by Hezbollah. LCS Fox says IDF will say whatever. Hold on. Just getting this fan adjusted. Okay. Strong One thinks Bibi will keep making the peace plans crumble. Can't have him going to jail. I saw something about an election. I just saw an article about it. Where was it? Was it Reuters? Was it AP? Let's see. Here. Oh, something. There is an upcoming election later this year in Israel. Oh, 2 of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's most formidable rivals said yesterday they were joining forces in a bid to oust his coalition government in the upcoming election later this year. The former prime ministers, right-wing Naftali Bennett and centrist Yair Lapid, issued statements announcing the merger of their parties. Bennett said the new party will be called Together, and he will be its leader. Since his first term in the 1990s, Netanyahu has become a polarizing figure at home and abroad. David Joe Klotz thinks Netanyahu will beat them both because Bennett is losing votes because of his joining with Lapid. I assume Bennett and Lapid think this is in their favor to merge. Stephen Parmy says Israel coalition to unseat Netanyahu incoming. I got to read more about that. I got to read up about the Israeli election. Oh, we have, by the way, we talked about this earlier. I mean, we went into this in depth, so I want to kind of stick on the war stuff for now. But if you want to see it, the Justice Department has posted this press release with the pictures. These are the pictures from the press conference. Hold on, I'm going to post a link to this in the chat. This is the Justice Department press release about the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack. Suspect in White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting charged with attempt to assassinate the president. But we have the pictures of the guns. There's the shotgun picture. And it also has the handgun picture. They believe he fired the shotgun once and not the handgun. And several knives and other equipment. There's the complaint. Oh, we already read that already. I had again, I'll post again the link in the chat. Yeah, I guess this gun, I believe you needed to. It was not a semi-automatic shotgun. You had to actually, once you shoot it, you had to do some action with the gun to reload. Because during the press conference, it was said that that it didn't appear that he had done what he had need to do to reload another shot. Pump it? Is that what it is? Fish says pump it. Pump action, says Rick. But I believe in the press conference they said he had not readied a second shot. I don't know if this talked about specific. This said long gun. 12 gauge pump action shotgun and Rock Island Armory 1911 38 caliber pistol. I'll post this document too. This document, you can find the link to this on the press release I posted, but it's called the affidavit. The New York Times is reporting, unsurprisingly, by the way, that this is coming out. President Trump has told advisors he is not satisfied with Iran's latest proposal, guys. Remember, that proposal said that Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. ended the blockade and ended the war. And nuclear stuff would be discussed later. It's interesting. The Times says that some in the Trump administration believe that continuing the blockade for 2 more months would cause significant long-term damage to Tehran's energy industry. They believe that the oil wells would be significantly damaged if they're forced to shut down, which you might have to do if you don't have enough place to store the oil. And that they think that will cause Iran to make a deal, but others in the administration believe that that's not going to get Iran to make a deal and make big concessions. It's a little unclear. The article doesn't go into that specifics about. Do they disagree on whether damage would be caused to the oil industry or whether that damage would matter to Iran, I guess is the question. I don't know. It's not clear from the article that I read. Hey, by the way, Vape Cool says it's going to cause significant long-term damage to our economy. By the way, I am looking at the price of oil. Brent crude, I think Brent crude might be at its high for the day. Not Brent. Brent crude. Brent crude, no, because earlier today it got up over 109. It got up over 109. But right now it's about 108.5. It is, again, approaching the highs for the war. Brent crude. Strong one said 109 today. It looks like it was 109 earlier. By the way, a quick thank you to all of our moderators. Really appreciate you being here. Haley Girl and Janet B are moderating. Thank you so much. Also, thank you to LB Perry, Don, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev, who are moderating. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Kay Lowry, Body, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder. Somebody I'm missing there, I think. Shannon Davis Hughes, I think. All moderating on Facebook. I was looking, the Institute for the Study of War posted an update today. I want to see what they had to say real quick. That's understandingwar.org. I'll post a link to this in a second. Institute for the Study of War, they say Iran appears to be attempting to exploit its leverage over the Strait of Hormuz to end the war in a way that removes the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports without having to make nuclear concessions. That's basically their proposal they've proposed. Iran presented a new proposal to the United States in which it reportedly offered to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war while postponing the U.S.-Iran nuclear negotiations to a later date. The Iranian proposal would not force Iran to make concessions regarding its highly enriched uranium or ability to enrich uranium up front, but would rather grant Iran more time to engage in talks about these nuclear issues. I mean, again, if you're the U.S. and you don't have the blockade anymore, the war is not going on, it would seem you would have less leverage. Paulo Majorana says no deal. Daisy says no deal. Jeffrey Smith thinks Iran has dealt with sanctions for years. This blockade is not going to force any concessions anytime soon. You can see here, or it also says, they also say over there on Institute for the Study of War, Iran's rapidly depleting oil storage capacity likely explains, at least in part, why Iran is pushing for a peace agreement that would lift the blockade. Remember, Iran, it's pumping oil. Normally it would just sell the oil, but it's being blockaded now, so it can't ship out the oil. So they're going to run out of storage space. The Wall Street Journal had reported that the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports has forced Iran to store oil in disused oil tanks in poor condition and in containers in various cities. Oh, this is also interesting. It says Hezbollah, Iran-supported Hezbollah in Lebanon, has increasingly used first-person view drones to attack Israeli forces in Lebanon since the ceasefire came into effect. Israeli media reported Hezbollah has begun using fiber optic FPV drones as its main strike platform for attacks on Israeli forces in southern Lebanon. Remember, FPV is where the operator can see through a camera in the drone where the drone is and where it's going. In the surrounding. I'll post a link to this in the chat so you can see it. Quick Sugar Plum says, how much oil can 93 million residents hold in their hands? I just need to take 1 minute here. We're going to take some more of your comments on the year. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. One minute, coming right back. thanks for your patience. Did I post a link to the Institute for the Study of War article? In case you wanted to read it. I don't know if I did, but I will now. If you missed it earlier, we showed you the White House press briefing where the press secretary talked a bunch about the White House Correspondents Dinner attack, and we showed you the whole press conference at the Department of Justice about the White House Correspondents Dinner attack. So you can rewind and check that out. By the way, quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers, such as Wall Street and Shaggy and Stumpy Stump and Strong One and Mr. Bigley Uncredible, Ehawk MPA, Beatnik Bandit, and who else is over there right now? Dancing in the Sand, Larry Fowl, NTOOG, Damien F, Killa 4678. Thank you. All of our other Twitch subscribers, our members as well on YouTube. Shout them out. Eric Johnson, Boston Brat, Gary Baines, Austin Batman, I Am Good Goy, Marcus G, Evelyn in Maine, Reary Patton, Daniel Fletcher, Mr. QQQ Crash, Hot Pink 90 Son, Chucky T Plague. Thank you, all of our members. I think the Wall Street Journal is also reporting that President Trump is skeptical. Wall Street Journal has a similar report to the New York Times. They say President Trump and his team are skeptical of Iran's offer to. Remember, Iran's offer reportedly is we'll stop attacking the Strait of Hormuz and open it up. Although I don't know if that's specifically it. My understanding is that they'll stop attacks the Strait of Hormuz if the U.S. stops its blockade and ends the war. And then they'll discuss possibly nuclear stuff. It is a marathon, not a sprint, as Tak T Kill says. Thanks so much to Abhay Yaravel from I believe from the UAE. Thank you, Abhay Yaravel. It's very nice of you. Chucky T Plague says, gotta start somewhere. Guys, how long is it going to be in this kind of stalemate for? I think that seems to, there's something going wrong with this ship located here. It's not, surely it is not actually there on the right here. Maybe there's some sort of GPS spoofing, hiding its location going on or something like that. Frosty says this is going to go on like this until the Iranian people overthrow the regime. Sunshine thinks Putin has to push Trump to make peace. Andrew Morris says right now this is not a war. Gary says, is the Tehran toll booth still functioning? Not many. Yesterday, just around 7 ships went through yesterday from a report I read earlier. I'll actually show you what it was like in the last day. This is the last 24 hours here. Not much activity. We've seen a handful of ships move through, often on different days. It's not rare for a few ships to move through. I see the Axon 1 in the Star Laura, and the Mostafa, looks like Mostafa made it through, and the Star Laura and the Axon 1. It's very possible that all of these are just paying. No, the Axon 1 went back. These two turned around. Look at the Axon 1 turned around. Whoa, that's interesting. Let's look at that again. Anyways, I don't know what happened with the Axon 1. That Atlantic Harmony is there. Did it ever go through? Atlantic Harmony went through and then got stuck, it looks like, or it stopped moving. But it looked like two of them just turned around. Haven't we seen Axon 1 before? That I don't know. You're possible. Let's watch those two again. Dwightsenberger says this is a siege and it's working. Yeah, I mean, we're just about up to the right now. And you did not see that much go through there, obviously. But let's go back and look. What is this? Can I get it on the screen here? Oh, no, Star Laura and Axon 1 didn't turn around. I got confused. That was my fault. I thought the Star Laura and the Axon 1 got turned around. I totally misread that. Sorry. Now, you can clearly see the Axon 1 and the Star Laura moving, and then go through. Did the other one go through? I don't know. No, that one, those two clearly went through. Sorry about that. Axon 1, and again, not many went through. Where are they? Axon 1 is an LPG tanker. On the flag, under the flag of Angola. It's going to the UAE. Ikazeya says if all ships paid the toll, that's a nice profit of $14 million. Well, I don't know even if they did pay a toll. How much is it for each ship? That I'm not sure. Don't know for sure. Okay. I'm not sure. Well, if I'm on the air tomorrow, I mean, I very well might be on the air. But also, if I'm on the air while Prince Charles is speaking to Congress, I may just show that. I don't know that I'd come on the air just to show King Charles. Did I say Prince Charles? King Charles. If I don't know that I come on the air just to show King Charles speaking to Congress, but if we're on the air, which is very likely, then I will probably show him speaking to Congress. U.S. Congress, by the way. Criminy says, just look at that mess, no more Iran. My Lord likes marine traffic. I do too, marinetraffic.com. How'd you like it? Honeycrisp says, I'm a U.S. merchant marine. That's somebody who works with commercial ships, right? And this war has shut down all the jobs, claims Honeycrisp. The merchant marine refers collectively to U.S. flagged commercial vessels. and the civilian mariners who crew them. That is from Wikipedia. Yes, Gato, on my X account, I had reposted a post about there was a small plane that crashed 2 days ago. That was 2 days ago in, I believe it was Minnesota, and sadly it killed a representative of the Minnesota State Legislature. You can see my X account for more on that, but that was oh, I want to talk about another thing too. Besides that, that was a sad story. Yes, I reposted a post from AZ Intel, but this was in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Again, I believe that was 2 days ago. Definitely was not today. North Dakota State Rep Liz Conmee died in that. 2 people died in that, including her. I did want to mention there have been several incidents recently with Somali pirates. And I don't have any information that this is related to Iran. So if you look here, we have the Strait of Hormuz here, and the Persian Gulf is here. And the Bab al-Mandeb Strait here, and the Red Sea is here. But here is Somalia over here. And off the coast of Somalia, there have been a number of Somali pirate incidents lately. I've been posting about these. It's interesting timing. This was, I think, maybe the latest one from UKMTO. Somalia, 6 nautical miles northeast of Somalia. Garakad, Somalia. It has been reported, this was from yesterday, it has been reported that unauthorized persons have taken control of a cargo vessel which has been redirected to within territorial waters. And then there's more. Yeah, if you look at this here, this was a Joint Maritime Information Center Update 037, posted by UKMTO. And you look down at Somali Coast and Somali Basin. Look at this right here. Look at that. It says, threat level updated to substantial. Off the Somali coast and Somali Basin. An oil products tanker is reported to be held by pirates on the northeastern Somali coast. No injuries have been reported. Separately, a pirate action group is reported to be active in the Somali Basin. Vessels in the vicinity are advised to maintain heightened vigilance and review BMP-MS guidance. Piracy activity lasts 72 hours. So the 26th, a ship reportedly was taken into custody. April 23rd, hijacking of Somali-flagged fishing vessel. April 23rd, Armed boarding of an oil products tanker in the same area, near Zafun. April 24th, attempted boarding reported 83 nautical miles off Eel, indicating PAG activity in the Somali basin. Again, I'm not seeing any signs this is any of Iran's doing. I don't know that Iran has any control over Somali pirates, but it's interesting to see this going on. Shani says they've been stealing a lot of cargo ships. So again, they took what was it? Some sort of tanker before. The report from 2 days ago said that they took control of a cargo vessel 2 days ago. And then they also hijacked 4 days ago a fishing vessel. 4 days ago, boarded an oil products tanker. And they attempted to aboard a different ship the next day. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. I don't know what's up with that. Witt thinks this war is going to cause food shortages. Here, maybe I have some more about this right here. Here, look. This is what I was talking about. Oops. Suspected Somali pirates hijack oil vessel headed to the capital. Suspected Somali pirates hijacked a fuel tanker off the northeastern coast of Somalia. According to a local official in the British military, the vessel was seized on Wednesday. The tanker had departed from the port of Berbera and was heading to the Somali capital of Mogadishu when it was intercepted. 6 armed men from the Bandar Bela district carried out the hijacking. This ship, I was muted. When did I mute myself? I was somehow muted. I think I accidentally muted myself. Hold on a second. I know what I did. I accidentally muted myself. I hit the wrong button. What I was mentioning here is you can see it says, piracy off of Somalia's coast, once among the most dangerous in the world, has declined significantly over the past decade due to international naval patrols and improved maritime security. However, sporadic incidents continue to raise concerns about a possible resurgence. One ship that was recently pirated, I guess, was carrying a large shipment of fuel. But I don't see anything suggesting that this is related to that Iran is somehow having Somali pirates to do stuff to like put pressure on the US. I don't see that. Ace High says naval vessels probably busy at the moment. Yeah, I also don't know if the ongoing war is drawing attention away from the pirates, making it easier for them. Don't know. Ruth Saunders thinks they're taking advantage of the distraction. Mr. Bigley Incredible says probably. Well, we've just seen a number. I mean, I don't even remember during the war of hearing about any of these incidents. Maybe one once in a while, but there's like been 4 reported ones in like 4 days. Thank you, Blogi, for your support. Thank you also, TE88. That's so nice of you, TE88PFCR. He says Somalia, he or she says, Somalia had better mind their P's and Q's. They have been caught stealing billions from the United States. That's what TE88 claims. Thank you also, Ann Ryan. Thanks, Ann. I appreciate that message and your support. Also, C. Johnson. Thank you, C. Johnson. Much appreciated. Who says Charles will always be called Prince Chucky and not King Charles? C. Johnson. Thank you, Blogi, again. Thank you, Blogi, for your support. Is the ceasefire still on? Yes, it is. I mean, I haven't heard that it's not. The U.S., with Iran, the U.S., President Trump unilaterally extended it. And no one's breaking it at this point. I don't believe there's any document signed or anything. I will say Al Jazeera said that Somali pirates caused havoc from 2008 to 2018. Then increased naval patrols and improved maritime security greatly reduced the attacks. But Al Jazeera said pirate activity in Somalia started to pick up again in late 2023. Due to a decline in anti-piracy patrols, and the relocation of funds to counter the threat posed by Houthi rebels in Yemen on shipping around the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. Michelle Lauzone says, our viewer, how high are Americans willing to pay for gas, for high fuel costs until it's too much? Interesting question. I'll post a link to it. One of our viewers just mentioned an article from several days ago. I remember seeing this. I don't think we were on the air since then. David Mackey. David mentioned how NBC News several days ago had reported that Iran caused more extensive damage to U.S. military bases than publicly known. This is so weird. Why is this happening all of a sudden today? Hold on a second here. Hang on. NBC News had an article saying that American military bases and other equipment in the Gulf region had suffered damage far worse than publicly acknowledged and is expected to cost billions of dollars to repair. That was several days ago. The article is titled, Iran caused more extensive damage to U.S. military bases than publicly known. There was a list. It's articles. I'm having trouble accessing the article right now, to be honest. But I remember reading it a few days ago. Big Jacoby Myers thinks CENTCOM has downplayed it. Yeah, I don't have access to the article right now, but hang on. Oh, the report from NBC that the Pentagon has not detailed the extent of damage to U.S. military bases publicly. I believe that's true. I mean, I don't remember seeing, there's all kinds of reports of damage to military bases, including like, planes damage and stuff. And I really don't remember seeing detailed accounting of it from CENTCOM at this point. Maybe they're waiting till after the war. Maybe they'll never do it. I don't know. Maybe they think it helps the enemy to do it. I'm not sure. Oil price still around 108 for Brent. Around 108 for Brent crude. WTI getting close to 97. Scottish Rice thinks it's about optics, thinks that's why they're not releasing it. We think it because it makes them look worse or something? Is that what you're saying? All right, guys, I think we may be getting close to that time. We spent the first part of the stream covering a lot of stuff about the White House Correspondents Dinner attack. So if you missed it, you can go there. You can rewind and watch that. And then we spent some time in the war more in the second part of the stream. But again, I don't know where this is going. It's not going to stay like this forever. Currently, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and Iran still has its enriched uranium, and they have not committed to not enrich it in the future. President Trump wants all those things to happen. Open the Strait of Hormuz. They have to get their enriched uranium taken away from them. They need to commit to not enriching in the future. But none of that's happening yet. Hemant Thig said Trump got nothing he wanted and made it worse. Well, we don't know how this is all going to play out yet. But those are all things that Trump wants. It's just, but for so long it seemed like it was so urgent. Every day there was like a big deadline. And it's like they got to do it by this time. And now it's like there's no deadline. Maybe both sides think that they got the upper hand. They just want to wait around. That could be the case, that they both think that they're both served by just waiting around. Ivory John says you can only cry wolf so many times before people stop believing your threats. Gary thinks things have fizzled out. Remember, the ceasefire was started on the 8th. That's 19 days ago. TE88 PFCR says Iran made the latest offer 5D chess and says Trump stopped them in 2018. Hey, thanks TE88 PFCR. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, we'll just have to see. But as I've mentioned, oil has gone up about 20% the last 10 days. All right. Anyways, we're going to obviously have more coverage of the war and other things that develop. Keeper for Life thinks waiting around will make things worse. Patrick says, sounds like military action is bound to resume if nothing changes. Maybe out of the blue, we'll get an angry post on Truth Social by President Trump saying, like, Iran has 3 days or something. I wouldn't be surprised. Ty Thompson, I think it was, says some people are expecting more war soon. Well, if oil keeps going up and gas prices keep going up, that could certainly maybe force an issue at some point. I think. You never know, though. Yeah, and Gary says, I guess the Navy isn't taking over Kharg Island. I mean, well, at this point, Iran can't export their oil pretty much because of the blockade. So taking over Kharg Island, they don't need to do that to keep Iran from selling their oil because they can't really sell it now anyway. Maybe they can sell a little bit if they can sneak it out or something, but Revolution 76 Media says, surely there must be a conclusion to this war. And we'll have to see how, the strait is still closed, how that's going to affect economies from around the world in the coming days if this doesn't get fixed and if it doesn't get back opened up. Well, we will certainly be covering more. Evelyn said they are still pumping oil-filling ships. I had seen a report of that, Evelyn. I might have reposted it. I don't know if I reposted a report of it too. Where like recently they filled up a ship or something with oil, which might have given them a couple days worth of storage, I think it said, if I remember right. I can't remember who posted that. I'm not sure. All right, I'm going to take a little break. Still getting over my illness. Feeling a bit better today, but trying to feel better. Anyways, if there's big news tonight, I'll come back on the air. So, again, we're done with the college reunion weekend, so I am around. I'm available to come on the air. So, we'll have to see what happens, and I'll keep an eye on everything. But I really appreciate you guys tuning in for the stream today and watching the channel. And we got to take a lot of comments today. I'm glad we get to take a bunch of comments. And if you missed it and you want to see the White House press briefing or the Department of Justice press conference on the White House Correspondents Dinner attack, you can rewind the broadcast. Who knows? There could be other stories that come up too that we don't even know about. That happens all the time. But I really appreciate you guys being here. And if you want, subscribe, follow the channel. And I would suggest turn on our notifications. You never know when big news is going to happen. I'm going to rush on the air. But you can sign up for our free notifications, which will send you a message every time we go live right before the stream. Very helpful. The mods will post a link to sign up to the notifications. Also, you can find that link to sign up to the notifications on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. I will post updates about the news on my X account at Lookner. I post there updates when I'm not on the air and when I'm on the air. But if you're on X, follow me over there for news updates at Lookner. And I want to really thank. It was interesting. I didn't mention this today. I was wondering if I hadn't had my reunion this weekend, would I have been covering the Correspondents' Dinner live before the attack happened? I don't know if I would have. It's possible I would have. Oh, by the way, Erica Kirk, the widow of Charlie Kirk, posted saying, Saturday, I think she might have been there. Saturday was yet another traumatic example of the evil in our country and the continued rise in political violence. I'm taking time to spend with my family. I will be joining the Charlie Kirk Show Wednesday at 12 p.m. ET to briefly address what took place. Enough is enough. People were saying she was there. I thought she was there. Yes, she was there. She left in tears, reportedly. Okay. Anyways, hey, I want to say a big thanks to our moderators for being here. You guys are awesome. Haley Girl on YouTube and all of our other moderators that have been there. Thank you. Our moderators are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms and keep things under control in the chat. So thanks so much to our moderators. Again, Haley Girl on YouTube and all of our other moderators there. And Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thanks. Ooh, I owe a couple other thanks on Twitch too, which I'll give you in a second. Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, Andrea Holder on Facebook. And did I say Kay Lowry Body? I think I did. Linda Belk Lowry and Misha moderate for us on X. Huge thanks to our moderators. Thank you. Also, thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. First of all, on Twitch, I owe a couple thank yous there. Ivory John, thank you for subscribing. Sandy Doggo, thank you for subscribing. Rowdy Whale, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks to Brian Beelman, Daniel Moore, people T88, people I think I thanked everybody earlier. So, but that's what allows the channel to be on the air is your support. So, huge thanks for supporting the channel. And also, what was I going to say? Oh, if you're on X, another good way to find out when we're live, at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live to give you a heads up. I post updates about the channel. Like on Saturday when I couldn't get on the air, I updated you and told you that I reminded you I was at my college reunion. So for updates about the channel, at Agenda Free TV on X, I'll post the link in the chat. And hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, the Discord chat. Check out the Discord chat. It is free. The link to the Discord chat is the same as the free notifications link. So check out the Discord chat if you'd like. And huge thanks to our moderators for helping out in the Discord chat. I really appreciate that. Also for those who watch on YouTube. I would suggest turn on the notifications on YouTube. That's another good way to finding out when we're live. So if you're on YouTube and you want to turn the notifications on, subscribe and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell clicked and you've chosen all notifications so you get the YouTube notifications. Now, hold on a moment here. Let's see here. Give me a moment. Hey, I want to say thanks to on Facebook our subscribers over there. Like Diane Allworth and thanks, Diane. Sophie Coretta. Thanks, Sophie, for subscribing. Brian Daviow. Kristen McConnell Gates. All of our Facebook subscribers. Kay Lowry Body. All of our subscribers on Facebook who support the channel. Thank you so much. Also, our Twitch subscribers, again, shout out to you. Huge thanks. Ivory John, Sandy Doggo, Rowdy Whale, Radioactive, CC, Beatnik Bandit, Wisco Joe, Sarah, Matthew Kohai 3, Sim Nasty Scrimp, Shy Town Bear, Endgame Clown, Alper 420. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Naomi Russo, Thug Aim, Seed Music, Yosh TG, Matthew Kohai 3. I think I said that already, but that's fine. All of our other Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members, Jimmy, Jeff Buddington, Cat, Crypto King, Dr. McRib, Evelyn in Maine, Eric Johnson, Cherry Cola, Jimmy ZNJ, Patricia Grace, Adam Unfiltered, Gregory Scherer, Jimmy, Gary Baines, Lisa Jennings, Paolo Moriana, I Am Good Goy, John Flick, Gregory Scherer, App L, Don Video Guy, Mason D, Smooth, Ben Van, Lotto the Gamer, Michael Sterling, thank you for being members, Jesse Video, Cherry Cola, John Flick, Daniel Fletcher, Elmo, Lavacious Leviticus, Marcus G, Crypto King, thank you guys, Jared, hey, thanks, Dave the Slave, for watching. Pinsing for watching. Silent Mind Helium from Spain. WHCD is White House Correspondents Dinner. Appreciate everybody tuning in today. Again, we'll see if there's a big news tonight. Thanks, Khalid Mohammed, for watching too. Sharon Ann. Thanks for Sharon Ann for watching. All right, guys. Thanks, Gotgen Scan. Gotgenixon. Leslie Springstead, thanks for watching. J. Carlos from Portugal, thank you for watching. All right, it's time. We're doing it. By the way, CBS News reports that Vice President Vance's trip to Iowa on Thursday has been canceled. Well, postponed until May 5th due to House votes. Oh, he had an event there that was postponed until May 5th. And he had two events there, and they both one got canceled, one got postponed. So he's not going. But maybe he'll go next week. I have no information that that's being canceled due to war stuff. All right. I'm going to work on getting a little rest and feeling better. But that is it for right now. Thank you for watching. Again, I'll keep an eye on the news. If there's big news, we'll come back on tonight. And otherwise, we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.